Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
I want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. Just woke up. I ain't feeling your side. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked, not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. Look that shit up. Anyways, y'all, peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. We're back again, another installment. The name of the show today is Don't Stay Sleep. Don't stay asleep. It's like if I say wake up, then it's automatically gonna connect your mind to woke. And I really don't like that term and how it's being used. So we're gonna say don't stay asleep. You know, be aware, be informed, be organized, you know, and we're here to help you with that. You know, I do a lot of little, I do this anyways, but the preparation for the show, looking stuff up, excuse me. That's why I say look that mess up. You know, type something in your search bar every now and then. Be proactive, you know. The thing is, a lot of us just scroll, scroll, scroll. So whatever the algorithm feeds us is what we see, you know. Whatever out of the algorithm that catches our eye, that's what we click on, you know. And a lot of times it's following some specific narratives, you know. And a lot of times it's just telling you what you already know, how you already feel about things, or kind of like making you feel better about your views or whatever, you know, reinforcing what you already your point of view that you already have, you know. But I behoove you, I beg you to type some stuff into your search bar every now and then, you know. Don't just scroll. Type some stuff in. Type something in there and then scroll. You know what I mean? Refine your search a bit. You know, something you want to know more about, something you're curious about. You hear a story, someone tells you something about whatever, or maybe you see it on your timeline and you see something on your timeline, then instead of just passively scrolling, type that same thing in on in your search bar, using whatever search you want to use, whatever. Type it in there and see what pops up, you know. sometimes you want to rebuttal what that information is. Is it accurate? Kind of bounce it off of something else. Bounce it off of a different um, search engine or a different site or whatever. You know, try to confuse the algorithm. Then your algorithm will adjust and it'll start giving you more stuff from both sides and more accurate information, I would say. you know but if you just passively search, you're just going to keep coming up with the same stuff. The algorithm is just going to give you what it thinks you want to hear. So be more active. I'm going to start off slow here, give myself a chance to get into the groove. And my internet is going slow right now. I hope it doesn't affect us too much. Matter of fact, let me make sure y'all can hear me. My internet is going slow right now. Yeah. Let's see. I'm going to just go into here. And we're going to start off slow here and warm up. How y'all feeling? Yeah, Hurricane Hillary. Yeah, I was looking at that. This week in Southern California, you know that song? It says it doesn't rain in Southern California. Well, this weekend, Southern California is going to get some rain. From the models, the projections, it looks like Hillary's going to lose power and move quickly. Because it's going to hit that cold water. It's hitting the West Coast, right? It's coming out of warm water, so it's going to get up to a category 4, and then it's going to hit that cold water, and it's going to start dropping and dissipating and being less organized. And then it's going to hit South Carolina, and they're expecting it to dump like half a foot of rain on Southern Carolina. They're going to get some wet. They're going to get some water. And there's a good chance they're going to get some flooding there because there's desert areas there. So the water won't be able to soak in, it's just going to sit on the top. And it's going to run. So that's interesting, The hurricanes this season tend to be hitting the east and the west coast. And I live in a Gulf Coast region. And we haven't gotten any. And we have this heat dome sitting right over us. So that's probably pushing them away, even though we got really warm waters out there in the Gulf. But the air is so hot over Texas, it's like the hurricanes are bouncing off of that hot ass air, hitting the West Coast and hitting the East Coast. I don't know. Weather changing, global warming. Maybe the Gulf Coast won't be getting hit with as many hurricanes anymore. They're going to start hitting the East and West Coast more. And those areas aren't prepared. Like we get hurricanes a lot, so we just kind of know how to deal with them. So I think they're going to be more traumatic to people, especially on the West Coast. Like, how often do they get hit with hurricanes? And they're not going to even begin to know how to deal with them. So yeah. I think that's gonna be something. It's gonna be a learning curve for them. They're gonna have to make adjustments really quickly. I don't know what this guy's talking about in here. I'm not gonna play it because it's probably something dumb. It says coming up with receipts. It says hard to argue with hard facts. Normally, where there's smoke, there's fire. We should obviously know at this point that this is not beyond these people, nor is it conspiracy. The means to modify the weather are available, and the intention or reason for doing such is also being well established. For the sake of them trumping up claims to climate change, remember, these are chaos capitalists. The only rule in the game is to win. Some want to play a king, and others want to play it by any means. I'm sorry, y'all. I mean, I cannot get on board with this. These conspiracy theories related to like modifying the weather. Yes, they do have certain technologies that can, you know, they can seed cloud. There's a little bit of stuff they can do, but like creating a hurricane and steering it is not something they can do. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Mother Nature is all powerful, bro. It's chaos. No, they can predict with the models. They put a lot of information in these models, and that's how they come up with the projections. But and even those projections be wrong, like 50 to 60% of the time. Like a lot of time, the projections, are wrong. Probably less than 50%, maybe 40, 30%. They're wrong. It's some parameter that they didn't put into the computer is what caused it to not be right. But being able to like create hurricanes and send them in a certain direction, come on, bro. And then the thing about climate change, like, oh, these people are like, they were talking about the wildfires in Hawaii, and like, oh, somebody created the wildfires. Like, so y'all gonna say all of these wildfires that happen, even though we've been having natural wildfires forever, someone has been making these wildfires this whole time, bro. Like making the wildfires and then controlling where they go. I saw a clip that showed like Hawaii, and it was like the wildfires didn't hit the rich areas or whatever. So what, man? So the fuck, bro? Come on, you guys. That's the reason why education is important. There's classes you can take that will teach you about these things. And then once you take those classes, you won't be so easily taken in by this kind of stuff. I've taken a lot of classes on this kind of stuff, like oceanography. I took a class called oceanography. Man, oh man, that class was hard, and I'm good at this kind of stuff. I was struggling in that class. It was hard. It's so deep. It's so much like math and science and that shit. I was overwhelmed with that class. I passed it, but it was a struggle. And I learned a lot. I kept the book. I have the book to this day because it was so much stuff in there that I didn't get that I wanted to keep it for like reference so I can go back and look at it. Because you don't have that good of information like anywhere, it's not easily accessible or whatever. So, but like I say, man, you could take classes and you can learn more about this stuff, and then you won't be thinking that, oh, it's the government or it's a conspiracy. No, it's Mother Nature. Mother Nature is a bitch. She burns stuff. She floods stuff. She gets hot, and then whenever people are like, they're like, oh, somebody was like, I can't remember it ever being this hot or whatever. And then somebody else is like, I do. I remember it being this hot. Da, 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 da. But okay, go look at the data that shows them recording the temperatures as far back as they can record them, and then they average. People are like, oh, well, it's hot over here and it's cold over here. We're talking about average temperatures. And then they're like, oh, well, it was really hot this year and it was really cold that year. And then it got hot and then it got cold the following year. We're talking about average temperatures, okay? They have the data. They average out the temperatures across, around the world. And these averages are trending up and have been trending up, which is what is global warming, which is climate change, which is a real thing. It's not made up. It's not some freaking conspiracy. Now, if you want to talk about them taking advantage of it with the green energy type stuff, then I can get on board with that. Talking about related to the ideas of like the New World Order and basically having to do with them funneling money into something that they can't fix or whatever, that they can't really have much impact on, but they just want to scare the shit out of you and get your money. And that's what they're doing. They're getting your money. It's a money grab. I can agree with you on that. But is climate change happening? Yes, it is. It is happening. I don't like to argue with people about stuff like that because they just don't want to freaking I'm like, you need to take a class. You need to take multiple classes and then come back and talk to me. This one, Shade Room posted this. It says, Hurricane Hillary prompts first ever tropical storm watch for Southern California. Rare and dangerous flooding expected. California has issued the first ever tropical storm watch as Hurricane Hillary prepares to make landfall. The Category 4 hurricane is expected to touch down in Baja California on Sunday before weakening to a tropical storm and crossing into California Sunday night. According to the National Hurricane Center, the tropical storm watch is in effect from the California-Mexico border to the Los Angeles County Orange County line, as well as Catalina Island. Hillary is expected to bring heavy rain that could cause flash flooding, landslides, and mudslides. Most areas are expected to see 2 to 6 inches of rain, but some areas could reportedly see up to 10 inches of rain. Yeah, man. Y'all be careful, man. You know, what I always say, you know, us down here in the Gulf Coast, the best thing to do is stay put. Let the storm pass and just don't try to move around during that time, because that's how people die. Usually, you know, as long as you got something to eat, something to drink, some fair shelter, and in some circumstances you don't want to be on the ground floor, you know, because of the flooding. Then the water is nasty too. It just gets in there and destroys everything. It has toxic waste and sewage in it. It's nasty. You don't want to be in that water. So yeah, just stay put, and you should be good. It's gonna pass, and the waters will go down. You know, sometimes they hang around for a while. I've been through a couple of hurricanes where the water stayed up for like a week, 2 weeks. That's when things get kind of hairy if you didn't have enough food. You know, that's what drives people outside. They're going to look for something to eat. So make sure you got at least a week's worth of food. That's probably all you're gonna need in Southern California. You probably will need that a couple days, a day or two. Make sure you got some water and something to eat. You're good. Just stay put. Don't move around. Don't be trying to go places and do stuff. You know, that's how people die in hurricanes. They try to go out during the wrong times. Just stay put. You'll be all right. Let's look at some of these. Make sure my mic didn't jump out. Y'all can hear me, right? Make sure my mic didn't jump out. Okay. This one, it says New York is giving the Buffalo Bills $850 million in taxpayer funds for a new stadium, the biggest pro sports subsidy of all time. 3 days ago, New York announced the $800 million cut to children and family services. The Bills owner is worth $5.8 billion. Yeah, so there goes the math on this. It says 3 days ago, New York announced an $800 million cut to children and family services, and then they turned around and gave the Buffalo Bills $850 million for a new stadium. I guess it's all about making money, right? Supporting children and family services doesn't make you any money. Building a new stadium, money. There goes the profit over people. Goes another example of that. It's a never-ending story that keeps on going. It's crazy, you know. I don't understand why people don't feel like the importance of like investing in people and seeing how that can have an impact. Like, it's just that you can't see it that easily in your bottom line, but it will have economic returns, because when you have people who are educated, people who are stable, people who have time to grow, you know, that's where you have people creating inventions, that, you know, you have people contributing to society, making it better. It also helps with like crime. You know, if people are poor and hungry, then they're more likely to freaking rob you. You know, there's a whole bunch of factors. Like when you're in traffic and you're freaking around a bunch of people who don't know how to control their car, you know what I mean? These are the factors that money, you're not going to see in the money. Everything can't be, what's the word I'm looking for? Like monetized. Everything can't be. Oh man, I'm trying to think of the word. I took this class where we were doing statistics. It was really hard too, and it was like it was two forms of it. It was one that was like, damn it, I can't think of it. One of them where you can count things, and then the other one it was a lot more difficult to count it, and you had to measure it in different ways. I can't think of the proper terms for it right now, but that's the thing. If you try to measure everything in numbers, then you're going to be missing a lot of data. What's up, Pat? How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good, man. How about yourself?
I can't complain. It's good to hear you, man. Coming on in here tonight, huh?
For a little bit, man.
I appreciate it. I really do. Yeah.
Yep. How you doing today, bro?
I feel good. I can't complain. Another day, another dollar. Any day above ground. You know what I'm saying?
I hear that. I can roll with that.
Let's look at this right here.
There's a new video that just surfaced from the Maui Emergency Management Agency. And I want everybody to go look at this video. This man right here was asked, do you regret not sounding the sirens? And he said, I do not. Think about that. So then we take a look at the Hawaii.gov website where it says Hawaii has the largest single integrated outdoor siren warning system for public safety in the world. This all-hazard siren system can be used for tsunamis, hurricanes, dam breaches, floodings, wildfires, and much more. So for some reason, this siren didn't go off when almost all of these are all checked off. Then we can talk about the reports of people not having access to water to put out the fires. A state official refused to release water for West Maui fires until it was too late. Well, who controls the water supply? We go right to here, the One Water Forum of Hawaii. And what's interesting is they had an event called Imagine a Day Without Water. Now, what's also weird is in 2022, there were two senators who tried to push together a bill, which actually did not pass, but was going to be used so that if there was a fire, they could use the water to put it out. Does any of this make any sense? The sirens didn't go off. The water was shut off because of this One Water system, and you have to ask to use the water to put out a fire. So there's a new video that just surfaced from the Maui Emergency Management Agency. And I want everybody to go look at this video.
It's a lot of people talking about a lot of conspiracy theories related to this. But one thing that is happening, it's not a conspiracy theory, but they're buying up that land like crazy and pennies on the dollars. Those people, they own their houses and then they got destroyed. They got lost in the fire and they're struggling. They're hungry. They lost everything. And then somebody shows up and be like, hey, sign this piece of paper, and we're going to chunk you a couple of dollars. And you're just going to give us over, your property that you had before. It's useless to you now, So, hey, just take this 10% of what it's worth, 5% of what it's worth. And, now you can get you something to eat and da-da-da-da-da. And there's these land grabs that are happening, man. It's really, really sad because, people are up against it. A lot of people are going to take that deal, man. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to freaking build probably resorts, casino, whatever the hell they want to build. And they're going to make a whole bunch of freaking money, so that real estate is going to be worth a lot of money. So the people that are able to hold out and just sit on it for a while, they're going to cash in later on if they're willing, if they're able to take the time to, hold on.
This is very disappointing on how things happen. And I mean, for me, it's like, okay, how is it that, I don't know, for me, a lot of things just seem to be a little bit clearer. Some of us see things before others can see it. But like, this is something that is so, like, you can see that this is like a plan, a plan that was just fully, it's it's better than the pandemic, should I say? But I mean, it's like, okay, I mean, it's a horrible, of course, it's a horrible thing that happened, but it's still going to the horrible stuff is going to continue because of the everything that how this thing even took place. There's no reason why there should have been a fire. There's no reason why that it should have continued to be a fire. And then, people have, not being misplaced, no insurance, is gonna really is covering a lot of this stuff. And it's indigenous. A lot of people, a lot of them are indigenous people who had lands that's been passed down for who knows how long. So it's really sad how everything is happening, and hopefully the majority of the people see what's going on and try to do their best to maintain it and disrupt whatever has been, the plan that's going on.
Yeah. All they got to do is hold on to the land. Don't sell. Don't sell. Don't sell. Hold on. Chill out. If you do want to sell, just wait about a year, maybe 2, and you're going to be able to cash a huge. They're going to pay you way more than what the hell, because they got a plan that they want to do, and you're going to be in the way of it. They're going to be willing to pay you whatever. So if you guys are listening, hold on. Hold on.
With no insurance, they're already getting phone calls for pennies on the dollar.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was saying.
A friend of mine, his uncle is actually from the affected area, and said that they literally got a like 18 cents on the dollar offer. No questions asked. No matter how much damage was done, we'll just go ahead and give you, $18,000 on your $100,000 piece of property right now.
Yep. And like I was saying earlier, if you're in a position where you're hungry, you done lost everything, like that $18,000 might sound pretty good to you. A lot of people are going to take that.
It's enough for a down payment on a new place and a start over. A start over in debt, mind you, but still a start over.
Yeah, I say don't take the money. Just hold on.
Now, hold out. Be that one piece of property in the middle of all that rich complexes. That's about to be casinos, resorts, high-rise condos.
And the amount of the offers are going to keep going up.
Notice that one line of the richest homes right next to the water, like completely unaffected.
I saw the pictures.
You don't even see dark marks on the trees or the ground right next to their houses.
Yeah, I saw those pictures. They were by the coast. Those were all like by the coast. The water was
literally across the street from them. Like throw a rock across the street, you can see the leveled and burnt area.
Yeah. Well, you can't predict. It would probably have to do with the wind. The whole reason why the fires were so devastating was because they had a hurricane. They had hurricane winds that was picking up the fire.
You have not looked at the stuff I put on Activate, have you?
I looked at some of that stuff.
There's 2 of them I put about the Hawaii event. One is a guy actually doing real-time information on the winds and stuff going on. That hurricane was actually way south. And the other one is the editor of the Maui Times talking about she can't get anyone to talk to her about anything going on.
Yeah. Let me read some comments here. It says, the sheriff there is a former incident deputy in Vegas during the massacre there. Another comment says, the people are taught to seek higher ground, like the mountains where the fire is located, when they hear the sirens, because it's most commonly used for tsunamis. So that might be a reason why they didn't set the alarm, didn't sound the alarm. Another comment says, the rebellion must begin. Maui, sick, tempered, tyrannous. I don't know what that means. Another comment says, America does not care. It's such another colony. It's such another colony to them. I think they were trying to say it's just another colony. And it was probably a translation error there.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna come back to that because I got some more clips related to that. Oh, here's one right here.
Raised on Maui, and if you really want to help us and help our islands, then you will tell the hidden story of Hawaii, how our land was stolen from us and turned into a billion-dollar tourist industry, and we do not receive a penny of that money back into our communities.
Why am I not surprised?
Well, that's common knowledge, man. And the story of how they made the queen like submit it's a horror. There's some horror. Hawaii is a horror story, really. So,
Well,
anyways, it says, go ahead.
well, I was just gonna say. I mean, this is why history is really so important. Some people, try to like, I mean, even I growing up had no understand, like just couldn't get like, well, I need to hear about all this crap that happened back then. Like, I mean, this crap happening right now and stuff I need to focus on. But the whole idea that, I mean, shoot, the history, just knowing what happened just in Hawaii, but anywhere, everywhere, all these different things, atrocities or like things that has happened in the past really are recirculating. Like it's like coming back around and happening all over again, in a new age where the average person may not even realize that this is a repeat, you know, has been repeated before. I mean, or I say repeated, but this has happened, you know, before, just at least to some extent or level. So, I mean, maybe some of these things can be prevented. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of hard to say, but at least to be able to how you react to it might be somewhat different if you at least understand how a lot of these people move. Because just like you or your ancestors, these same guys, they are their ancestors, and I think it's more so on the elitism portion of it, just people who are greedy, hungry, greedy for things that don't belong to them. This is kind of make moves that they make.
So I just sent you a link to the one that shows how the weather patterns don't add up to what they're telling us.
Yeah, I got it. I'm gonna go to it right now. It was only one comment underneath this, and it says literally nobody cares. Fight back or shut the F up. The world will never be fair. If you can't defend your land, you lose it. History of the world.
Just, I mean, bro, it's people who get very insensitive. You know what I'm saying? I don't get it.
There's a certain weight to be given to the conqueror's theory, but at the same time, it's like there's no reason why we can't try to do better. I mean, I understand the argument and I understand why it can be used for certain things, but it's basically just used as a big FU, and that's just as wrong as, that's just dumb.
Well, yeah, I mean, the whole thing is most people are fighting for peace and to be able to live a life that where, hey, my family can grow here in peace and blah, blah, blah. And then when you get to a point in time where you feel that you have accomplished those things, here it is, your hands are down and you're just trying to live life, and, I guess, try to praise your God or live up to certain things and be good for what we understand being good means. And then here we are getting undermined because we're good people. Like, I mean, when you calculate those different thought processes, it's just kind of like I should never be good.
Right. That's what you get as that's the that's the conclusion you come to, is being good is bad. You know what I mean? Or
Yeah.
weak or whatever. So yeah, and back to what you were saying earlier about the history, I think that is more important than a lot of things. It's so important, to understand history, because that's how you understand how you get where you are today. And also understanding history can help you predict the future, because what they say, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes, things. And that's the reason why, like, when they be talking about the Holocaust and they say, never forget the Holocaust. And they're like, their whole basis for saying that is because they don't want this to happen again. If people understand what happened before, then hopefully they can see it, the signs leading up to that same direction, and maybe stop it or avert it, So that's the same thing with all of these situations.
Yeah.
Let me play this clip that Doc sent.
I think this is really important. The media is saying that low humidity and high winds resulted in these fires. And what's interesting is this hurricane was 800 miles away from the island. And when we look at the wind speed on Zoom Earth, it's nowhere near what we were told. Now, they also reported that the humidity was very low that day, 75%, but the average is about 61% to 77%. So then who's telling a fib? Now, what's also interesting is this flash that is being talked about, that all of a sudden a fire started to occur. Now, Mountain Dew had a flavor called Flash, DEW. And then our generators kicked in, and all of a sudden we noticed the camera went back online and everything's windy, and then there's a flash. So if the winds aren't correct and the humidity is not correct, and there's all these mysterious flashes, and now people are being told that their land is not insured because it violates code, we need to ask questions.
Many have wondered if these advanced weapon systems have anything to do with the unprecedented fires we have seen in the past few years. Laser-based weapons are able to destroy the target with external heat. This could explain how thousands of homes have rapidly burned into their own footprint, while the trees surrounding them survive. It could explain the several cars we have seen utterly destroyed, with temperatures hot enough to liquefy glass and metal.
So today we're going to give a hurricane fire.
Yeah, this guy just put like a smorgasbord of information in a blender, and when he was talking about the average temperatures being different, the average wind speeds being different, that's fine. That doesn't mean that those wind speeds weren't at the speed that they were in that local area. That's the average speed over the whole area. So over there where the fire was, the wind speeds absolutely could have been what they said they were, and the averages could have still been what he's saying it was, because it's an average. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
and the stuff about the weapon systems, like, that's just completely out of the blue. What evidence do they have that there were some weapon systems used? Just because you saw some flashes, those could have been anything.
Supposedly it's been out now that it has some sort of electric problem or situation.
Okay.
And that would absolutely 100% justify the blue flashes. Which other videos about blue flashes hitting right before that have been taken down too.
Yeah,
they're starting to go after the conspiracy theorists on this one. I'm surprised that video is still up.
Yeah, I can't get on board with that one.
It is very simple. Exactly what we do. It is something that is not part of the narrative right now.
Yeah, I'm cool with covering it.
It's something to think about and see. But while he's talking about wind speeds, you also notice that around the edges of the island there were some higher wind speeds.
Well, the most interesting part of what he said to me was the part about the areas not being insured. Like, what the F, you know what I'm saying? These insurance companies love to use little loopholes or little excuses to not freaking cover when something like this happens. These insurance companies are scams.
You put a Home Depot shed up in your backyard, that violates your entire homeowner policy.
Yeah, shit like that. It's a freaking ripoff. And the thing is, these companies probably don't even have the money. They can't pay. So then they make excuses to not pay because they're just going to go out of business. Their whole business model is for you to pay them forever and for them to never have to pay out. You know what I'm saying? When the day comes for them to pay out, then here comes their excuses.
Okay, first, the insurance, here's the first thing they do. They deny all claims. Then they go back and deny a second time. And from right now, you've already got 10, 15% of the people that have already given up. So they don't have to pay out on those. Next, they devalue the claim or invalidate any claim they possibly can. Boom, there's a whole bunch more they don't pay out. And then they get to the point where all these people we don't have to pay out now. So what is worth it? A class action lawsuit where we can pay a whole bunch of people, but a fraction of the amount, or do we pay what's left on the individuals that we can't get out of? And then they put that in the blender, and whichever one costs less, that's what the people get.
Yeah, so that's where the conspiracy is to rip the people off.
And it being considered a wildfire, which it was originally designated a wildfire, that also, since that is not a normal occurrence, it's not a volcanic fire or anything like that. It's a wildfire. It is an act of God, and like in California, it's in your insurance policy, but in Hawaii, it's an act of God.
So we don't have to cover, you know. Yeah, man, these damn insurance companies they're the worst. They're the worst. It seems to me like it doesn't pay to pay them people. You might as well have kept that money that you were spending on the insurance. You know, maybe you'd have some money stuck it in a savings account or something, and maybe you'd be able to just come back and rebuild on your own or something like.
But you know, if you don't have that homeowner's insurance, they're not going to let you keep that house note out. Just like if you don't have that full coverage car insurance, they're not going to let you buy that car.
It's such a rip. It's such a rip. Yep. Because it's like a part of the homeowners association and shit. You have to pay it. Such a rip. It's basically another tax. Let's move on to this right here. Check it out. It says 13 worker killed in industrial accident as states try to loosen child labor laws. The 16-year-old boy's death in Mississippi comes weeks after two other minors died on the job in Missouri and Wisconsin by Nina Galgowski. It says Duvon Thomas Perez, 16, died at a poultry plant in Mississippi after becoming trapped in machinery. For the third time in 5 weeks, a 16-year-old boy has died after sustaining on-the-job injuries at an industrial site as lawmakers in several states advocate loosening child labor laws that protect minors from hazardous work. It says Devon Thomas Perez, who NBC News reported moved to the U.S. from Guatemala 6 years ago, was cleaning machinery as part of a sanitation crew when he became trapped in equipment on a conveyor belt. He died at the scene, police and the poultry company said. In Wisconsin, where one of the three children died, lawmakers are advocating for lowering the age to serve alcohol in bars and restaurants to 14. It will be a nationwide first if approved, according to the National Institute of Health. What do y'all think about this?
I think it'll be a big problem. I mean, first of all, we're giving consent. That's one way to allow consent to children. I think it's kind of a backhanded way to deal with the whole map situation. And if you can go out, you can drink, you can do all these other things. Why can't you make a decision to do explicit things? So I think this is just a backhanded way to get to one of their goals anyway, and I don't think it's a good look. I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah, man, we had a whole thing in the United States where it was like all of these kids were working in these factories and they were getting all messed up. And then I want to say it was the New York Times. Somebody published an article and showed pictures, and people were just horrified by it, and then that's when the law started coming down on it. It was, they were talking about robber barons at this time, and they were talking about how like tenement farms. They were talking about slumlords. All of this stuff was all around the same time, and so like I feel that we're going that direction. It's another way to downward pressure on wages, because if you got a little kid that's going to work, then you could pay them, pennies or whatever, and then you're making more profit. So it's just, this is a result of companies, striving for more and more profit. You know what I mean? And as long as profit is the model, then they're going to do things like this as much as they can get away with. And that's why you need laws in place to keep these companies from being able to do crazy stuff like this, just so they can make more money. They don't care about some kid dying in the freaking sanitation.
Well, the thing too is having an uninformed worker. Like it's much easier to control someone who haven't had enough experiences in their life to be able to say, this is okay, this is not okay, this is good, this is bad. So the whole thing is that if they're opening the door for young kids to complete, or to do these jobs regardless of what it is, they're able to control not just the kid but also the parent. I mean, or let's just say if the parent is still around and this kid is working to try to take care of the family, because they're the only ones that it's kind of like it's crazy to me, because like a lot of people don't look at when people are saying like they're not hiring you know illegal aliens, and just the whole idea of how the exploitation begins in that way, and it's a domino effect that hits everybody over time. So it's like, unless you really looking at it from that point, because they get you usually on the emotional side, is like, yeah, everybody needs to work, I'm wondering, I know everybody needs to be able to work, but at the same time, the people who, when you're hiring illegals, guess what? They're only getting paid, a fraction, and then this becomes the standard that all these corporations want to go by. That does not, which hinders you, your brothers, your sisters, your cousins, like
And
pretty much
everybody.
everybody.
Because why would they pay you a fair wage if they can get an illegal person to work and pay them under the table, or if they can get some kid that doesn't know anything and pay him pennies?
Yeah.
Why would they pay you a fair wage when they could just find one of them to do the work?
But when somebody says, hey, no, I'm not letting this happen in my country, in my state, and they become the villain, because they're like trying to keep that cycle from continuing, so that it can be fair, for pretty much any and everybody. Okay, yeah, all right, certain things might cost more, blah blah blah, whatever, but at the same time, the exploitation of people is not happening, and there's also the people, the citizen, the person who's been there can get more of a fair wage when they go for a job. So I mean, some of those things I think go unseen, or unnoticed.
And that's the reason why I've been talking about it, because months ago I've been talking about this because it's been catching my eye, and I've been noticing a trend that's happening across the nation related to younger and younger people working, and they're loosening the laws more and more to allow these companies to hire young people. It was a reason why these laws came into being, to keep from these companies to be able to hire these kids and making them work 40 hours or whatever at night and doing freaking industrial labor and shit. Like it's a reason why those laws came out. We forget because we don't know our history, and then the companies, the corporations start pushing back on that shit, and that's what's happening now. We're going back to the time of the robber barons and all of that shit.
Well, I mean, they're like this. There's
Okay, you do realize that most of those actual laws
was that?
See,
Go ahead.
most of those actual laws didn't come about until after industry already started backing off of child labor. The trend toward it becoming laws didn't happen until it was already on the decline. And you check your history on this. I'm not joking. The trend to stop hiring younger labor went on, and then the politicians picked it up and made it an actual voting issue and things like that. Once they knew that they weren't going to piss off the big high and mighties and the big industrialists too much, because they were already starting to do it.
Yeah, well, you can't expect the companies to just do the right thing. You know what I mean? They're not. They're 9 times out of 10, they're
It's a
not
pro-
going to. They don't have an
yeah, but
incentive to.
yeah, I mean, it's you know, when you're in business, you're looking to be able to make as much money as you can, and then you're dealing with what you got. You know, so you know, not giving them any leeway. I mean, I'm a business person. I'm not looking to exploit anybody, and you know, because like my whole thing is like right now, like the trucking business is totally insane. You know, we're trying to cut deals, and you know, everybody's undercutting the next person to for minimum wage, especially for trucking. I mean, you're out there for, you know, we don't get paid by the hour. You know, well, at least you know, from my section of it, me owning the truck and this that, I don't get paid by the hour. I get paid by the load, miles per gallon, things like this. I mean, not miles per gallon, but like, you know, miles, you know, cents per mile, dollars per mile. And it's insane when somebody's beating up what they consider their competitor for, let's just say, a $2 a mile run, when in order for you to, you know, truly be able to, you need $3. Probably, I'm just gonna say really $5 a mile to really be able to, you know, live in this day and age with those types of loads. But instead of being, you know, just true businessman, instead of trying to cut everybody out, there could be more fairness and more money going around, because they can definitely afford it. I mean, some of these loads that you're carrying and you charge $1,000 for, like it's $1 million load. It's it's a 300, $400,000 load, and they've made that, you know, and I'm saying that's before they sell it, like before they retail it. This is the value, and they could easily pay $5,000, 3,000, whatever, that you could comfortably live off of making this trip, but you undercut. You know, so it's just the psychology that's going on. So it's a vicious cycle that, you know, they thrive on. You know, it's
Yeah. Let me read
it's
let me read the caption here. It says, "Heartbreaking news has emerged regarding the third death of a 16-year-old boy employed at an industrial site, raising urgent questions about America's rapidly declining child labor laws. Devon Thomas Perez, 16, lost his life the Marjack poultry plant in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, marking the 13th fatality within just 5 weeks due to on-the-job injuries. Back in June, Will Hampton, 16, lost his life at a landfill when his body was crushed between industrial equipment. A few weeks after that, Michael Scholl, 16, lost his life. He was pinned underneath a conveyor belt at a Wisconsin sawmill. When Upton Sinclair released The Jungle in 1905 and exposed the harsh conditions of child labor, he shined a glaring and uncomfortable light on the seedy side of industrialization in America. His work on the meat industry inspired a wave of food safety laws. But in 2023, we have multiple articles and media covering stories about gross abuses in child labor, yet it continues to be swept under the rug. In many cases, child labor is being spun around as a positive thing to help young people develop discipline. Ugh. Now more than ever, we need a general strike. We need to find a way to stop this train of deregulation before the pigs at the top come for everything and everyone. The same inhumane system that crushes adult workers will be used to crush these children whose futures we've already destroyed. If child labor laws are being ignored, how much of our broken safety net do we even have to protect ourselves from deeper and deeper levels of exploitation? This is a horrible turn of events.
Yep, that is completely. I don't know, bro. I mean, I think that we have too many people that just, just because of what we see on the news, and like I wish we could trust, what word is being said on the news, and this, that, and the third, but they're using our emotions, our ability to care for people, or knowing that we, just generally, most of us just care for people, that we're just gonna react right away to some of the things that's being said, but we're actually being used on our emotions in most cases for them to be able to get away with stuff that they've already kind of planned. It's too many of us that believe that, okay, that certain policies that people are saying, like, if you really think about, like, one of the reasons why they're allowing all of these young people to cross the border is so that they can manipulate them.
Right. I agree with that 100%. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, we trust 14-year-olds with hazardous machines and selling alcohol, but we can't let them choose which books to read. Make it make sense.
Some of them won't even get a chance to read a book. They're going to be too busy, working somebody else's land, or...
Let me read some more. It says, the fact that anyone on this day and age is trying to loosen child labor laws is absolutely vile. Another one, it says, Republicans don't care about kids getting shot in school. Why would they care about them getting killed in work accidents?
But listen, see, and that's right there, the type of stuff where I'm saying, where the people who make policies that protect these people are the ones that's getting trashed and saying that, hey, these are the ones that's doing the damage. They're not the ones that's really pushing for those types of laws. Like, check your shit. It's the most likely. It's I'm saying most likely, but because I have not seen the law, like, I'm gonna say it's mostly elites. People, the rich people that's going pushing for this stuff. But there's a lot of Republican senators and representatives that's not millionaires and that's making money off of these types of things, that's pushing to say that this stuff is not right. So be careful about how you're trying to tag and saying that who don't give a shit, when the people who have looked out for the people the most based on their policies are Republicans.
Let me read this one. It says, this is horrible. Someone was talking about how these labor laws are actually ways to be able to exploit the children of migrants who are being separated at the border. So, like, instead of making comprehensive immigration reform, our country is continuing to leave our immigration system dysfunctional to exploit the labor of migrant children. It's truly sick. Another comment, it says, that's why they don't want to raise the minimum wage to a livable wage. Only a 16-year-old would take a $7.25 an hour job in this economy. Another comment, it says, what is wrong with raggedy Wisconsin? Why are they trying to lower the legal age to 14 for alcohol consumption? Another comment, it says, welcome to the Gilded Age 2.0.
Because the kids gonna
the
kids are
not
gonna need
alcohol consumption. That's serving alcohol. That's not alcohol consumption.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, they probably gonna need it,
Like
because
in a restaurant or a bar.
all the stress that they're gonna be under from all the work that they're doing, that adult work that they'll be doing. They're gonna need a drink.
Yeah. So Doc is right. They're saying to serve alcohol in bars and restaurants to 14. So yeah. So, but I'm not good with that. If they can't drink it, then they shouldn't be serving it. Who's to say?
It's not cool to stop 18-year-olds from serving.
Well, you know, I
They
don't, I
got the
don't,
same problem. They got the same problem. Well, they are now on their life. They're not beholden to parents anymore. They're living on their own. They're doing. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to begrudge an 18-year-old selling alcohol. Heck, right now we got a 17-year-old server. Every time he sells something, I got to run to the damn bar for him.
and that's a pain in the ass, and that's just crazy. And like I'm saying though, but then you really stretching it. 18 is not too far from 21, but you're stretching it, putting it at 14 years old. Like it's a long time before that person is going to legally be able to freaking drink alcohol.
14 is ridiculous. It has nothing to do with being able to drink it. I mean, I'm telling you right now, by equating, excuse me, you're doing the wrong thing by equating the two. They are not the same.
No,
That's why I specifically said serve alcohol. But 14 is way too young, despite the fact that go ahead.
No, I mean, I apologize. I was thinking that you were getting done, but you know, I think that the laws. I mean, for somebody to be able to sell alcohol should not be really regulated that much. I'm thinking more so on the drinking, because I mean, if you think about it, I mean, I'm the one you know, if I'm in a grocery store, it's not gonna change their life that they sold me a another, you know, a bag of crackers or a bottle of liquor or whatever it is.
A grocery store and a bar and a restaurant is, you know,
it's
totally
the same.
different.
No, it's not. It's the same thing. You cannot sell alcohol if you are younger than 18.
Yeah.
Even at a convenience store, you can't sell alcohol unless you're 18.
Right. But what I'm saying is
the legality is the real problem.
What I'm saying is
at 18, now listen, at 18, we take our whatever your alcoholic beverage commission is for the state, we become liable for over-serving, serving wrong people, things like that. A 14, 15, 16, 17 years old, their parents are liable. They're not liable for it because they're a child. They should not be made legally liable for over-serving someone and that person going to killing someone, because that makes them participant in involuntary manslaughter.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with.
They should not be able to do that underneath the age of 18 because they're not an adult. They can't sign a contract. They can't go to jail. They should not be in any way potentially responsible for that kind of incident.
But the thing is I believe that that's what will happen. They will be responsible for those things, and I guess
a server is responsible. If you overserve someone and they kill someone or they kill themselves, the last person who served them alcohol is considered partly at fault.
Right. So, but look, I don't disagree with that, what you're saying, you know, but as far as the distinction between like an open container and one that's not, that there's an important distinction there, because who's to say that the kid that's 14 years old that's serving the alcohol isn't taking a drink out of every drink that he served or whatever. Remember back when
half the underage servers that I work with, if you're serving like carafes of wine instead of like a bottle, because no customer touches it or puts their lips on it, they'll take it, toss it into a to-go cup, throw a little Sprite in there, and they'll be sipping down for the rest of the night on it.
That's what I'm saying. So like, remember what happened? Chuck E. Cheese used to sell alcohol. Remember? And you know, a really horrible thing happened. The kid was at work and he got drunk as hell. He was underage and he left the job and killed himself and other people, some shit like that. And so they ended up stopped selling alcohol in all of the Chuck E. Cheeses as a result of that. You know what I'm saying? So you know, they're already a kid. They're gonna make bad decisions, and you giving them access to be able to make this bad decision. You know what I'm saying?
All right, now we got to be careful now, because we also have to consider these ones that, despite the fact that they can't do any of this, they can decide to go on hormone blockers and stuff that sterilize themselves and do stuff like that at 12 and 14. I mean,
And
they're perfectly mentally well adjusted to be able to make that choice. So,
I don't agree.
Are we selling them short?
I don't agree with that either. And that's kind of like what this comment up here was saying.
Well,
She
notice
said,
this is reeking of sarcasm.
That's my
by
first
the way,
comment.
if you don't catch
Yeah.
it as it is.
No, I definitely did, but that was a part of like my first comment. This is like another way to be able to say, well, they're able to, sell it, they're able to do this and that and the third. Why can't they decide, if they want to date an adult, a grown up?
Yeah.
If this is where I believe a lot of this is taking it. Like, this is to undermine the people to say, well, it's no big deal, because I almost got caught. You heard me. I was like, well, I don't really see a big deal if I'm buying a bottle of wine. I'm the one that's going to get the bottle of wine, the liquor, the beer, whatever. But when you really look at it or through the process, because Doc is definitely pointing out some things to me that I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Okay, this is,
We also have to remember that another part of this is the Democratic Party's push, and you heard Pelosi just 3 years ago, AOC, Hillary, they want to raise the lower the voting age to 16. This is all, remember how much we use the arguments of voting age, being adult, being man, being able to make choices and things like that. This is all wrapped up in this trying to make our kids grow up quicker at the speed of government rather than at the speed of family and love and trust.
Yeah, I think that argument goes both ways. But I want to reread this earlier comment where the chick, she said, we trust 14-year-olds with hazardous machines and selling alcohol, but we can't let them choose which books to read. Make it make sense. It's like pick a struggle. Pick a side. Be consistent.
But see, that's
I am very consistent on age appropriate ratings on books and stuff like. I'm a writer. I don't believe in censorship, but I do believe in age appropriate topics. I don't think we need 8th graders reading Mein Kampf, and stuff like that. That's a little advanced, even for an advanced eighth grader, Or actually, that would be right at the age where they would start beginning to understand that if they've got a good background. But like 50 Shades of Grey, it's okay if we wait till they're 16, 15, 16, something like that before they get into stuff like that. I would actually recommend that be a after high school topic, but
well, you have those kids that go to college when they're young, but I don't agree with that either. You can be mentally able to handle the work, but are you mature enough to handle like the college atmosphere or whatever?
Exactly. Some of those kids end up, like without the parent being strictly or in the middle of most of this stuff, a lot of them kind of crash and burn, at least for a period of time till, someone really kind of pulls them back. So we really got to be really, really careful about that, because we hear about congratulations, this 13-year-old made it into Harvard, and in a lot, some of those cases they do well the entire time, but there's also those who's made it in there. I knew a kid that was like 16 years old at LSU, come from Nigeria, and brilliant kid, but he never graduated because he found out what the casino was. He found out all these different things that he was able to get away with as soon as he was coming of certain ages, and he was not far away from being able to he started college at 16. Like by 20 he should have been done. But
I'm okay with them doing those joint deals where the kid could get the associate's degree at the same time as going to high school, and I like those programs. They're great.
They go one extra year and they graduate with a 2-year degree.
But you're not talking about, but see, that's a totally different atmosphere in which he's
that's different, because they actually taking high school classes And
It's
they just
actually
take it.
still a high school atmosphere.
Yeah.
Community college is actually more of a high school atmosphere than it is a college atmosphere.
Bro, when I was
And
in when I was
there's a major fish out of water culture shock thing going when you go from high school or community college to a 4-year college.
Yeah, it's
They are
totally
not,
totally
they're
different.
not the same animals.
well, look, I'm gonna tell you because I mean, and I think they should do these types of things because I mean, it's almost like at home learning from dad certain things. But in junior high, we had classes that lawnmower repair. We had well, it was cutting, metal cutting with the torches.
Beginning wood shop.
Huh?
Beginning wood shop was a big one in almost all of the ones. Like
Yeah.
8th grade, it was the primer class for you to. It was basically a shop class where if they had multiple different shop classes, you go in, you play around with a few different things, and it's like, oh, you need to go to wood shop next year. Oh, you need to go to welding next year. Oh, you need to go to
Welding.
mechanics
Yeah,
next year.
that's the class I was. They had pretty much a welding class, and I learned how to mix those gases and get it to the right. What I'm saying it's just different things that you learn at a.
Yeah, I was oxy-fuel certified in 11th grade thanks to a program like that.
Yeah. So I mean, I think those things are very valuable. But at the same time, they took those things away so that when you get to a certain age, you still need some type of training to go into the workforce. So college was a thing that they promoted. Well, I'm saying like universities, these big schools is what they were promoting instead of just the people who may not fit into those situations. Everybody. College is not for everybody. So it's like some of them when they're getting out of school, they could be prepared to go right to work and be able to start providing for themselves and even prepared to provide for a family, but they saw a market and that's when they start drawing away certain things and then they give you other things. So that's why we got to really be careful about how we looking at these things because the same thing, like the same mindfuck that they did before is back around and they're trying to throw things out there because this is what's more beneficial to them right now. You know what I'm saying? The rich and the powerful, that's like, well, you know what? It don't, look, we said all of these little things and push people back so that they can't grow. Now they want, you're not going to be able to grow so much because we've got you under so much control already that it doesn't matter. I can put a 15-year-old to work over here and, who cares if they finish high school? I don't even care if they go to school. You know what I'm saying? Like it's really getting to that point.
Let's move on. We spent way too much time on that topic. Let's get into something juicy right here. Check this out. Michelle Obama, the next U.S. president.
Some startling whispers are beginning to do the rounds in the corridors of American power. Washington, you see, is buzzing with a sensational possibility that there will be a great final twist in the tale of one of the most bitter elections in American history, the great American drama, which is the 2024 election. That the big prize will not go to Joe Biden, who seems to be doddering because of age and floundering because of allegations of corruption against his son and himself, and nor to Donald Trump, by the way, who sets off divisive tremors with ferocious phrases fueled by a humongous ego. So who is the surprise new savior going to be? I am talking about Michelle Obama. The world recognizes her as the wife of America's former president, Barack Obama, but she has forged her own identity and she has been a role model for millions. In fact, she has established herself as a political celebrity. This is a scenario that could see her suddenly leap into the White House, it seems, where she has lived for 8 years when her husband, Barack, was president. News reports are beginning to suggest that the Democrats will wait till the primaries are underway and the two wayward outsiders in the Democrat race have lost the little momentum they have. And then Joe Biden will announce that he is bowing out, making way for the Democrat senior leaders to rally around Michelle Obama as the party candidate, confident that she will trounce Donald Trump. In fact, a recent report in London's Telegraph not only reports this, but explains how the scenario would actually play out, making Michelle Obama the next American president, in fact. Not just that, many Democrats actually believe that Michelle Obama has the it factor that could potentially help in trumping Donald Trump in 2024. But just how popular is Michelle Obama? Polls have repeatedly named her America's most admired woman for several years now. More recent opinion polls even suggest that she could outperform Trump if she runs for president next year. During an interview, she said she detests being asked about a possible presidential run. Officially, she may detest being asked, but that is not complete denial. No way. In fact, she has left the door open to become the savior candidate of the Democrats and America. Watch more carefully. While she praised current President Joe Biden, she also appeared hesitant to fully endorse him. One thing is for sure, she will not play second fiddle to Joe Biden. She will go for the big job as Hillary Clinton, the other first wife, did. First of all, Michelle Obama is the only Democrat with a broad national appeal. She is popular within the Democratic Party, and she left the White House with a 68% favorability rating nationally. Number two, her candidacy is feared by Republicans all the way up to ex-President Donald Trump, who, according to Wall Street Journal, by the way, was convinced that the Democrats would parachute her in to replace Biden at the 2020 convention. The former First Lady has been vocal on key Democratic policies, including the need to protect voting rights. Number four, Michelle Obama was a successful lawyer and a very popular First Lady. It must be noted that she has never run for national office, let alone been a senator, governor, or even Secretary of State. And perhaps the most important point here, a latest report, a poll in fact, finding President Joe Biden with a 36% approval rating, trailing Donald Trump in the race for the White House. And given her impressive favorability, Michelle Obama seems like a strong contender. Her potential candidacy could restore a sense of justice for the Democrats, particularly if she were to defeat Donald Trump. Now, while she has not openly expressed the desire to seek national office, the circumstances might persuade her to enter the race if Biden cannot run and Trump is poised for a return to the White House.
You guys there?
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Wait. Before you comment, look. Let me make this point right here. Look, look at how many boxes she checks. Woman, check. Outside the political spectrum,
for years.
Check. Minority, check. Celebrity, check. Go ahead.
Likeable.
Well, and
check.
Well, see, and
unlike Kamala.
Yeah.
Well, my whole problem with this, and I know that a lot of.
Okay, I didn't get that one. I didn't get that Twitter one through on the comments here.
It's not showing on you?
No, I don't have it in our overall comments, and I've got Bumble open I've got the Bumble chat open so I can monitor them for us. I've already told them, hey, we're keeping an eye on chat so we don't miss you.
Yeah, I see you. I looked at it. I can see it.
Which, by the way, the 13 people other than me now watching on Rumble. Hey, thank you.
Yeah, thank y'all for listening. And what's up to Val Vibs, by the way?
Well,
So go ahead, Pat. What
yeah,
do you say?
let me get in there for a second because like this is what horrifies me the most about all of this is because the main thing we're seeing is what you just mentioned, and that's the boxes that she checks. Like there is no there's nothing that proves that she herself can handle. Like yes, she was a first lady, but does she have a foreign policy? Does she have yeah, she's likable. You know what I'm saying? She's got nice legs. But what you know what I'm saying? What else is she offering American people? And I'm guaranteed, like I already know that there's a bunch of people that don't care about nothing other than the fact that she checks those minority boxes. And
Dude,
that's not
if
what
she had
how we're supposed
VP'd
to
with
select the
Hillary,
president.
if she had VP'd with Hillary, Trump would have lost. I
Well,
mean, flat out. I mean,
potentially, and I'm not. No. I'm gonna tell you,
it
like
would have.
Hillary.
All it had to do was all it would have had to do was turn one state during that
Well,
election because the
there's a
popular
bunch
vote
of
was so
women.
high.
There's a bunch of women out there, probably mostly
Michelle is the
white,
perfect
that's not
VP
gonna
candidate.
care. That doesn't care that she's a woman. Like so, that's one of the things that I am hopeful for because, if she comes up, because I mean we're gonna have another, let's hopeful moments in our life, and it's like no, like we need to have something firm. We need to have some real shit going on, and like a lot of the stuff that people are missing in the background of what's happening in our political stratosphere, like we need some like something very solid that we can work with. It don't have to be no dreaming and this, that, and the other. No, look, we can have some gradual growth. We can do this, we can do that, and then that's like we need just some common sense things that we need to do instead of all of this. It's just to me that like the Democrats are not looking at like they just want the power. They're not looking at what's actually going to build the country, and that's the fearful thing for me. So however anybody else feels about it, if she comes back and she's saying things that make sense, what things that we really need done, instead of her just looking cute in a pair of fucking a onesie, a jumper, or whatever it is, I'm out on that.
Let me read some comments underneath the Weon video. First comment, it says, yes, Weon rightly said, great American drama. Another one, it says, there is no surprises. One puppet is as good as all those who were used before. Another one, it says, she just offered her chief to bow as a sacrifice. I guess she has a chance now. Also, she deserves your vote of sympathy as the wife of the closeted gay president. Another comment, it says, they are all on the same side, my friends, and it's not ours. Another one,
Thank you.
It says, the president party that wages war wins second term elections in USA. I am perplexed by the unfortunate but reoccurring stereotype. Another comment, it says, this is not a job anyone can do just because you watched how your spouse did it. You should not make lateral moves like this. I genuinely do not know what qualifications she has to run a country.
Amen. I mean, I know, there's a lot of common sense people out there, but guess what? There's a bunch of them that are senseless eaters. No, I'm just kidding. But no, but at the same time, like they're being pulled by, like their emotions are being used, and like when we were talking about Joe Biden running for president, there's so much black girl power for a VP instead of like nobody's looking at what's actually going to get done. What are our goals? What are we changing? Who needs the help from our government the most, and what kind of what how are we going to target those things? Those conversations were not coming up. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a big problem for me. Like It doesn't. I don't give a damn if one of these aliens that's been flying over comes down and got a good plan. Hey, you know what? Let's roll with it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't see them doing any of that. It's all just like, whatever the popularity contest is on, and and even though like that's one of the things that Trump ran on, but at the same time, he actually got in there and had like certain things that he wanted to get done. A lot of people didn't like it. A lot of people did. He came in. He did his thing, but he was still a what you call a diva to some extent. So I mean, all this popularity stuff doesn't really. We don't need that. We need people who gonna work. I like what's that dude Swami or whatever. Like it's just too common sense, but they're probably not gonna really give him a chance. I think he's growing in the polls and stuff, but I don't know, man. This is I think very problematic, and there people are going to be used just because of her popularity. People like her, but what can she do? Okay, this allows Obama to be president again, really? Or like,
Look, check it. This is that's why I was about to read this comment. The next comment, it says Barack Obama's 4th term. So I guess Biden. I mean, yeah, I guess
Yes.
Biden was the 3rd.
yes, yes.
Well,
And that's
no, because he hadn't had that much
to some
to do with it. But the truth is, that is another thing that we're not addressing that Michelle brings to the table. The diplomacy capability, of Barack, the connections and ties he's made around the world, the deals that he made already, the trust that they have in him. And they'll go, she's president. Look at him and go, do you give us your word? Yeah, then we'll do it.
He didn't really accomplish anything.
No, he networked. He made connections.
No, he made it look. He made the job look good.
Like I said, he didn't get a lot done. He made connections that are being taken advantage of now. Connections that were taken advantage of by Hillary, by Obama, by all that stuff going around in the background of it.
I have to respectfully
He's
disagree.
a negotiator.
Well,
That's what he is.
I'm not saying that what you're saying that didn't happen because yes,
I'm not denying
he knows a lot of
man.
people across the world, but he also is he's a war criminal. Like, bro, like he wouldn't kill people that didn't deserve to die.
Dude,
like this is
on the day he stood up and accepted the Nobel Peace Prize. He ordered bombs dropped on 5 countries the exact same day.
Exactly.
We have no illusions here of what we're talking about.
But we're not talking about
that doesn't matter to the average person, to the voters, and to what's going to happen.
Okay, because you're saying that because you're informed about these things.
They're saying she won't go for vice president, but strategically speaking, her Biden dropping Kamala, running for another term, is the best bet to get a 10-year Democratic lock on the presidency.
Yeah,
or 12 more years.
But that's
because he can go 2 years and then we're not talking. It doesn't matter what's good or bad for the people. They don't care what's good or bad for the people. All they care about is getting a lock on the power to push their agenda, being it left or right side. I'm not. We are talking about the left right now. The right's trying to do it too. But the left has this beautiful situation. The only reason they didn't take advantage of it with Kamala is because she is not likable. She dumb. She pisses people off just by being on camera.
That laugh, it makes my skin crawl. Let me read some comments right here. It says, Presidency of America is not a family business where family members inherit. Another comment, it says, the problem is her political polls numbers are even lower than Kamala's.
Can we point out to that guy up there things like Roosevelt, Bush, Johnson, Yeah, dynasties happen in the presidency.
Kennedys.
Multiple family members happen.
Let me read some another one. It says conspiracy theories correct again. Doesn't it seem like it should be important who made the report? It's not like corporate media is just a direct mouthpiece for government. Another one, it says getting more like a soap opera. Might as well get Prince Harry's wife to run. A couple more. It says best candidate we could find. By the time Africa stopped dealing with the United States, we're going to be hurting. Another one, it says, well, is it a surprise after the death of their personal chef, of she and her husband were sacrificed, she decides to run for president, and she will get it because they already give Lucifer what he wants.
Or the presidency, just like with Joe Biden, was a reason to being president was a way to try to avoid certain charges or things that's he's done to come at him. Like, I mean, there's a lot of things that I don't think that like, of course at this point it's all theory, but just like all of the theories that I've got talked shit about, is freaking out there right now. The whole thing that he did with China, Ukraine, all these things are coming out now. So, I mean, my whole thing of the, of course, the conspiracy theory is mostly just stuff that just hasn't, is not public in a public awareness just yet. But a lot of this stuff, a lot of these things that these people have been doing for the last who knows how long, because all right, just think about this, how quickly Barack popped up on the scene. Where did he came out of nowhere, and then he becomes the most popular person in the world. It's like none of that stuff bothers anybody. Like, it doesn't, you at least question it? Like, maybe it doesn't bother you, but like, it's like, one of those things that go, I'm pulling a doc now. There's some things that just make you just wonder, like, how did this stuff just happen? And we realize more and more how manipulated we were, because this is hindsight now. We can look back and see some of the things that happened during his campaign to run, what happened shortly before it, or whatever. But all the way up to now, we can really point out. Yeah, there's so many things that we can point out that's showing that we got played. And a bunch of people are going to be excited about it.
Bartender to national darling.
Yeah. So just to wrap this one up and move on, I don't think that Michelle is a good choice, but I think that if they were to put her out there, she would be something. You know what I mean? A lot of people are going to jump on board on that, and she could just ride the wave right into the White House.
We're measuring her as a choice, and that's the thing we are. The thing is, she's not going to be measured by other people as a choice. She's going to be measured as, this is a better answer than all of these people that we've had so far, or that are doing this. Because they're going to judge her at the same level already that her husband is.
Right.
Well, that's why I said, she's not the greatest. I've been trying to get this out. She's not the greatest presidential candidate. She's the best vice presidential candidate.
I hear you, but I mean,
especially if you do it with Joe, because Joe will run 2 years. And at the end of those halfway through his term, he's mentally incapable. He steps down, whatever. Okay. That gives his vice president 2 more years and can still run for 2 full terms for 10 more years.
Yeah, I've heard those types
Kamala was supposed to be the one that it all got turned over to. But nobody likes her. And now it looks like Joe may not be able to make it another term to get those 2 years that they need for whoever they plug in there. So that's why they want her to take first chair. but I think she's a stronger second chair for all of the reasons that we've talked about. She's a stronger second chair,
But don't you
and
understand you
then to
don't
move
run for
into the
vice president?
presidency later.
But don't you understand you don't run for vice president, right?
Yeah, we understand that.
Kamala did.
Okay.
Well, they all run for president first, then they step down to the vice president.
Yeah. Let's move on to Trump getting RICO charges.
Well, can I say this one thing? If she tries to run as a supporting cast to Joe Biden, she has ruined every chance that she might have, because Joe Biden he's not gonna make it a second term. Like he's trash. Like, and the world knows it. At least most of us. But
If they run it in a way where people realize and know that she's just there to take over for him, they can sell it. People dislike 45 enough that they could sell it just on the fact that, yeah, we know we're taking him out. We just don't want the orange guy to win.
And Pat, you underestimating the fact that these people that vote D no matter who's in there.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not, because I hear what you're saying, but you come up with a great scenario of something that cannot work. I mean, you do not you got somebody who is a total failure. You're saying that they should run second fiddle to, that nobody wants to begin with. So if you're this smart person, hold on. No, if you're smart,
the president.
If you're smart enough to realize,
that's when they break down to who's vice president and president. Is like, okay, I'm dropping out. I'm running. Okay, well, I'm picking you as my vice.
And that's what happened last time.
That's what happened with Kamala. Kamala ran for president, did a horrible show. Matter of fact, everyone hated her. I mean, it was an L taking her for vice in my opinion.
Bro,
it was a concession. They made a decision.
No, but we're in a totally different time. We're in a totally different day and time, because there are Democrats that are like pissed with themselves that they have been acting the way they have over years. Like, there's gonna be such a turn. Like, Democrats are not going to get the same respect, and I think that people realize that they've been played. A lot of them really do realize that they got played, and if they continue, they're just setting themselves up for a continued move down the field. So, like,
that's why they're taking 45 out of the game.
Well, 45 has nothing to do with that aspect of what we're talking about, because
there's no one on the right strong enough to take it.
Yes, there is.
There's no one on the right strong enough to take it over the left. Once 45 out, seriously.
There's a confusing play that's going on where there's people. The third party that's popped up with what's the shit? I forget his name right now, but the third party candidate. There's a lot of Republicans that's running that actually, if we're looking for some intelligent people that's actually running, you know what I'm saying, and running a campaign that they're trying to win. And as far as Democrats, the ones who are valuable enough to do or really can do the job, they're going to get pushed to the side because of Michelle Obama. Like, we're not gonna, like, they're not promoting the people who are actually gonna do their best, because I mean, a lot of them get washed up and added in to kind of fit whatever the money spenders want. But those people, like, there's people who's already indoctrinated through the Democratic part. Look at the AOC. AOC started out as somebody that wanted that was trying to change the world, but she's a part of the crew now. So
she was actually put up by the Young Turks, who are big on socialism and communism. That was
They're part of
pretty
the
much
crew
word for
too.
word her original thing.
They're part of the crew too. Like they are Democrat or die system too. Because
Let's move on.
this is a worldwide this is more of a worldwide thing than it is just a national, United States thing. It's on you. I'm done for now. I'm sure something will come back up where I can give
Well,
more of my points.
yeah. So Trump is getting RICO charges.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, the participants in association took various actions in Georgia and elsewhere to block the counting of the votes of the presidential electors who were certified as the winners of Georgia's 2020 general election. As you examine the indictment, you will see acts that are identified as overt acts and those that are identified as predicate acts, sometimes called acts of racketeering activity. Overt acts are not necessarily crimes under Georgia law in isolation, but are alleged to be acts taken in furtherance of the conspiracy. Many occurred in Georgia, and some occurred in other jurisdictions and are included because the grand jury believes they were part of the illegal effort to overturn the results of Georgia's 2020 presidential election.
Do you think she's a Democrat or a Republican?
She just literally just said, well, they're not really crimes, but we're going to count them as crimes because if you add all of these non-crimes together, it supports a possible crime that might have been done.
I wasn't, because I mean that's really like that's a lot of how I took it, but at the same time it's I'm at the point where I don't even argue that stuff anymore because a lot of this stuff is the political theater that is
that's
necessary
what you heard, right?
to that's what I heard. But I mean at the same time, I mean it doesn't matter what I heard because it's the people, like the
No, that's not what she said. She said that those crimes some of the crimes don't necessarily fall under Georgia's jurisdiction, is what she's saying. But they can be added in because it's part of the whole thing as the conspiracy. That's how you get those RICO charges.
No,
you got
that's not what she said. That is not what she said.
Here. She said it's not a crime in Georgia, but we can add it to the fact that it might count toward crimes, and with stuff from other places, it's like it's not really illegal unless you apply it to this and this from other places. It's like it really is gobbledygook. It's doublespeak.
It really is because that's the whole thing.
It's like
it's
like the impeachment. It's like the impeachment. We've successfully impeached President 45 after a year and a half of trying for something that was done 6 months ago.
I'm gonna tell you, bro. This is like there's no way to convince me personally. Like I said, I don't matter. I mean, whatever happens, whatever. But I just don't see this as some real shit. Just like everything else. I mean, it's been whatever they can do to. I mean, it just sounds like what he's been saying is true the whole time because it's like this is not really a crime if we look at it with just this one thing. But if I go and look at what kind of underwear he was wearing, on this day, and the socks and all, none of the stuff matched. So, but at the same time, when you put it all together, it's a total crime. Like, bro, like, come on, man. Like, this is. I can't roll with that, and I feel like, really at this point, anybody who's been listening, if you are, left leaning, you're gonna just say, oh well, I'm just a Trump supporter, whatever, blah blah blah. No, I just really overall just believe that a bunch of this stuff is just bullshit, and if you believe the hype, because there's the act. They're just acting out things that's gonna slow things up for 2024, and hopefully there's enough people that's just frustrated enough to just say, all right, you know what, fuck it, I'm not worrying about Trump. I mean, there's already enough people, a lot of people that's with Trump no matter what. But those who actually, are just like they're tired of this and they ready to see something different, like we're gonna focus on people who right now can do the job that we need done. So like, and they're winning. They're doing it. Like they have a bunch of people that is like, okay, I'm more on the right side. That the best candidate we have is, potentially going to jail. But we got 8 other people now that we're looking at, and it's like, okay, all right, well, no, I mean, I think these people can do just as good a job to support my beliefs and the things that I would like to see happen within our national governments and things that happens around the world. I believe these are some people that can handle these same situations. So it's some people have given up. I mean, I don't. I mean, honestly, I don't. I would like to see a true conviction instead of a bunch of this bullshit that, oh well, there wasn't enough to do, and it's like, no, when you started you knew there wasn't enough, and you're trying to make up for the bullshit that maybe that you were involved in. So for you, if you don't do anything, this kind of implements, or implies that maybe you had something to do with how all this stuff played out overall. So I see favoritism, the way a lot of the Democratic politicians, work with things. They will gather up like, oh, well, I can do this and do that and whatever, and it's just a time wasting deal. Again,
I'm sorry, bro. Like,
don't be sorry.
Listen, the Democrats don't have any power over what these damn law enforcement agencies have.
Bro, they are Democrats. Let's say, bro, a lot of these people are Democrats. What are you talking about? They don't have the power. These are Democrats that's making these movements.
And let me ask you another question. Do you think? And I sent this in the text message. It's like
I couldn't text that day. I couldn't really text a lot that day. But
okay, this gives you a chance to answer then.
Okay.
Do you feel that these law enforcement agencies that are notorious for not working together are all working together to against Trump or against the Republicans?
Let me ask you: at what point we can say that they truly don't work together? This is all a facade. They like whether it's the FBI, like they all end up working together because they have to.
Since 9/11, they're practically the same agency.
Yes, bro. Like, I mean, if you believe all, so these things that they say, just like this is not the 1980s. This is not like when a lot of these things were more genuine. The TV, like even if we go to even into the 90s, we might still have a little glimpse of it. But so
there's no Republicans that's working in any law enforcement agencies across the United States.
They are, but they're not in. A lot of them are not in the positions to put charges
like that.
No, I don't care. He can do whatever he wants. But when I asked that question, is that you think she's a Republican? I mean, do you think she's a Democrat, whatever? And yes, I do believe she is one. And if you think that because like the parties, because what you're trying to diminish or trying to make people believe is bullshit, because it's like if you believe that. Because you've been saying like the Democrats are party over everything, but not in this case. They're leaving all that behind, because they're doing the right thing to take down Trump.
Law enforcement sucks at the government tit like the government sucks at the corporate tit.
Okay, so then which side is it then? I mean, like
law enforcement's going to follow the law. See, Why are you trying to make us pick sides? See, that's where you're in error.
Because that's
It's
the
not
argument that
about
Pat is
that.
making. That it's
No,
the Democrats attacking Trump through the law enforcement agencies, and I'm like, that's crazy talk.
Look, listen, the Republicans, because we got the rhinos, remember? We got Republicans that's going against Trump because guess what? They're they're under the rule of, you know, the powers at be. So we're saying we say Democrats because those are the people who have the most power in politics. Like, don't act like they don't. Like, I mean, that's one of the things.
They control the money right now.
Bro.
Law enforcement needs money because every law enforcement agency just got 40% of their budget cut. So they're going to play with whoever pays them, just like the politicians are going to play with whoever pays them.
Yeah, and there's some people who know that they don't have a choice.
Downhill.
There's some people who don't have a chance to win nothing at all, but they're running for president because they can, you know, throw plays here and there to kind of deter here or try to, you know, slander there and do certain things because they've been paid off. And for you not to at least take that as a possibility,
take a certain amount of votes away, and then
yes. So if you don't even see that as a possibility,
like Beto, he takes the votes away from somebody. They pay him. Bernie, they did the same thing with him. Oh well, I'll give you my votes. What do I get out of it?
Exactly.
I just got to say about this whole stuff. I'm actually going to evolve and stop the tangent right now. I'm going to go back to Rico. You guys know I'm not a big fan. I don't really pretend to like 45. I don't even really use his name that much. But I do recognize a public and media bandwagon. And this is what it looks like. But Rico, there's only two reasons why a DA, any kind of
racketeering,
DA there's only two reasons that they will file that. One, it's a slam dunk and they can win. Or two, it adds weight to help force federal investigations.
So
they either have a slam dunk on him, or it allows all of this to be opened and used in a federal investigation.
Because I mean, the overall,
that's what Pat had been talking about is they're trying to build bigger, better federal because they're trying to get him to basically here's the goal. Everything out there, whether you agree with it or not, it's right's fault, it's left fault. The entire thing with Trump right now is to stop him from running. Period. End of statement.
Well, not just because I mean, I don't think that if he doesn't go to jail, he's not going to stop from running.
Even better.
But listen, the thing that
it's no rules. It's no rules. It's bare knuckle boxing. It's a street fight, and it's all about stopping him from running again.
Yes, but because he causes more problems for them because his agenda or their agenda is at stake if he runs because he's on a nationalist vibe. He's like, let's take care of America. The Democratic side, and you can even see like with even his ex-vice president is on their side so much to where like he is a globalist. Like, I mean, that's the whole thing. If I've been saying this for a year or so already, is that this is not about the individuals on any level. It's either you are a nationalist or you're a globalist. If you're trying to run everything in the world and you want to make sure that the people have nothing, you can pretty much rule the world and be the kings of this section and that section, blah blah blah, take off the portions that you want, then you know you're okay over here, and or at least you know your family can be taken care of to a certain extent because you helped us get to this point. This is the main thing that's happening, and the reason why like they hate you know Trump is because he's more so like no, we need to put our focus back in America before we can try to be able to be great to the world again. They're like, no, we just gonna run the whole shit. We're gonna try to take over everybody's everything else, and it's just an alignment with what really what because China, I think, really is playing both sides of the fence. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but either I'm gonna leave that alone. But
Let me
y'all
question this, and then I want to hear your comments as we go through this. Yeah, just stop it when you want to make a comment.
Go ahead.
RICO Act. CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman joins us now in Studio 57. One of the counts against Trump is violating Georgia's RICO Act. Obviously very serious and usually used in organized crime cases. So how is it being used in this case?
It's actually being used exactly the same way. When we look at the RICO Act, it originally was a federal act. It goes back to around 1970, and it was meant for the mob. It was to put the mob out of business. It's about racketeering, influence, corrupt organizations. So the mob was a corrupt organization. Then it got used in unions. That was also a way of looking at mob behavior that had gone into unions. And eventually there were prosecutors who decided that this was a creative tool, that if you could get a number of people that you could see that they formed a group, an enterprise, that perhaps their activity could be considered an enterprise of racketeering activity. Fani Willis, this prosecutor, is someone who likes using this statute. She has used it before in the hip hop world. She actually used it with a group of teachers involved with a cheating scandal. That would be the last group I would think of. But here she has looked and not only taken lots of people, where we have 19 defendants, she's looked at intent in Georgia coming from intent also in other states. Very creative.
For, folks who are not steeped in this, Ricky, they may sit back and say, here we go, yet another indictment against former President Trump. But there's something very different about what DA Fani Willis is doing here. You mentioned the RICO charge and what that carries with it. So explain for our viewers why these set of charges is different than what we've seen before.
Different because it is harsh and it cannot be escaped. If you have federal charges, of which we have 2 indictments, the January 6th indictment in D.C., the Mar-a-Lago indictment in Florida, if Donald Trump were to be elected president, or if some other Republican who was friendly to the interests of Donald Trump, if he were convicted, wanted to pardon him or he wanted to pardon himself, they would go forward with that. State indictments are different. There is no such thing as a federal pardon for a state indictment. The case in New York, by anyone's standards, is a minor case. This is a serious case, and RICO in Georgia carries a penalty of 5 to 20 years. That means there would be some prison time if Donald Trump or any of the other 19 defendants are convicted of a RICO conspiracy.
So they're saying that he wouldn't be able to pardon. A presidential pardon wouldn't work for this because it's not federal charges. That's an interesting little tidbit.
I know that, and that should get somebody shaking in their boots, right? I mean, you would think that that's okay. Oh, this is scary, but at the same time, like, bro, the dude saying that he felt that he was, because a lot of these things are, first of all, opinion, and the fact that certain judges just would not hear it, even take it into court. I think that right there kind of leaves leeway and more reason for him to even speak that, oh, they got me, they got over on me. So okay, him making statements saying that, look, I don't think I had a fair shake in this election in Georgia or wherever else, bro, like, how is that a crime? And that's the part that they're gonna have to really do a good job on saying, like, people's emotions are built up into this, and then making them feel like everything that they're saying. Oh man, it must be something they doing this, bro. It must be that the whole time. Then, like, right, like every time it's the same thing. And like I said, I don't think he's going to jail, but they've wasted a lot of time. and momentum for him to be able to truly run his campaign the way he would have the big bashes, the big parties that they throw. I forget what him going around the country and talking shit and saying all these little bullshit things to get people riled up. I mean, they have interrupted what he would have the charge that he would have been able to build up, and that's all that matters for them. They don't care that they're gonna lose. It's your money they spending. They don't care.
Let me play some more.
There are 41 felony counts as part of this indictment, including 13 against Trump. Any stand out besides the racketeering?
Well, I think what you have to look, I had to bring it with because it's such a great
Pretty
prop.
thick.
I mean, you have to see it to
Yeah.
believe it.
Yeah.
I mean, you could actually use it as a weight. I mean, this is like a novel long form. The RICO indictment is really everything in this case. When you look at what the acts are for Donald Trump, I don't think that they're surprising. We begin with the phone call to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, which we have heard played over the airwaves over the years. And we look at other things that Donald Trump said or did. His own tweets, his own post-election statements become the basis of many of the aspects of this case.
We have to clarify former president.
She didn't list those. Let's go back a little bit here
Didn't list those what?
that they put on the screen. I want to read them. Hold on. Let me go back. 3 counts of solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer. 2 counts of conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree. 2 counts of conspiracy to commit false statements and writings. 2 counts of false statements and writings. Hold on.
Women, are those really charges? Like, okay, women, because a conspiracy to commit a filing of false documents. So who's like to what level can they prove that these whatever documents were like they planned to? Because this conspiracy is like, okay, whether they did it or they didn't, I'm not gonna go over that, but the whole thing is, okay, because they were planning to write up documents that went against what they, or to support what they believe was a crime happening to them, is going to be turned around to say that just because he was planning to sue the state or the county or whatever, writing up these documents, now he's a criminal for that. Like, bro, like, I mean, let's just back up the thought on some of these things of what they're saying. Like, where does that make any sense at all?
It says 1 count of violation of Georgia RICO Act, 1 count of conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer, 1 count of conspiracy to commit filing false documents, 1 count filing false documents.
Okay, and how was he to know it's false? Because I mean, I would like to know what that document is, because I think that would unwind a lot of it. But either way, hey, anybody want to put some money on it? Is Trump going to jail?
Bro, they a lot of times, I mean, it would have to be a hung jury or something, because they don't file RICO charges unless they have a case. Like, that's not,
Yes, they do, because just look at the whole thing with they didn't have a case until what's that young what's the rapper
Young
in
Thug.
Georgia?
That's the same
Young
the
Thug.
same prosecutor is on did that
Yes,
case.
they didn't have a case until they pushed Gunna after they done locked him up, and he, to say certain things that might turn around and be like, well, y'all kind of, trapped me and made me do this, and I need to take care of my family. Like, a lot of stuff that happened can be unwound because he's like, y'all, I was under duress. Like, you know, I was, you know, like y'all had y'all foot on my neck. You know what I'm saying? And all that stuff with young Thug could be turned around too. And that's the same thing here. It's just like the charges are charges. I'm just gonna. I mean, you know, okay, they can make the charge, but is it, you know, what makes it legitimate is the question.
Let me put
Nobody, you know, most cases, nobody gets out of a RICO because they get somebody to rat or make a statement that is damning to the whole thing. And pretty much everybody that they put on or saying that are part of this conspiracy, I don't think it's stupid enough to say that, oh, well, no, we planned this. We knew we lost, but you know, what the hell? We're just gonna spend, you know, federal money just to try to, you know, push this along as much as possible. Like, it's I don't know. I mean, I guess, like I said, they wouldn't do it if they didn't have nothing, right?
Right.
Bullshit.
Let me play some more.
Because their motive is well, let me just say, yeah, because their motive is different. Like they've never tried to beat him. Like they never wanted to put him in jail. They've always just wanted to slow him down or stop him. Like they don't, like, he wasn't a problem until he was running for president.
Who is they?
The same people that's these people. The powers that be that we've always looked at, the boogeyman or men or women or whoever. Like, don't ask the day question because you know exactly what I mean by it. Like, don't like, I know that you're invested in, like, you looking for Donald Trump to go to jail. I'm, you know, like,
I don't have a horse in this race. I don't.
It doesn't sound that way with your arguments, because if you don't have a dog in a race, you're not, you know, you because if, from what I hear, if I'm wrong, please, I mean, direct me, put me on the right path. But based on how you're looking, or you've expressed your points on this, is what you know what I'm saying, without them showing you any proof of anything. He's guilty. He's got to do, you know, it has to be real because they're charging him. That's the same thing that was said during the impeachments when they said that he had Russia collusion.
I never said that. He tried to get Pence to, you know, to secure the election, like say that he won, like go
Pence
against.
Pence was not his friend ever.
That's beside the point. I mean, that doesn't matter at all.
But he is owned. Like, you can look at what he's doing right now to show that
that's all beside the point. Trying to get Pence to do that is against the law, bro. And that's what I'm saying. Like, no one should be above the law. If you break the law, you should go to jail. The rest of us would. Why would this guy? Why should this guy get a pass?
All right. Because I mean, I don't know. I mean, because like I said, I'm not 1,000%. You know, I don't know. But I do have to ask, like, if I'm president, you're my vice president, and you're the person that, you know what I'm saying, you're in the position that you can say, hey, I have some questions about this election too, and I'm not so sure. So I mean, am I supposed to just not talk to you or say anything to you?
That's not what happened. He told him to overdo, like Pence was the one that was supposed to certify the votes, the thing, and he asked Pence to not do that. That's what happened.
So was that an order, or was that you know, say, hey, you know, like, this is not right, you know, like,
it doesn't matter if it's an order or not. It's against the law for him to ask him to do that. Period. That's real simple.
Is it?
It's against the law.
Where's the law? Bring up the law. That is, I really, I don't see how having a conversation with your vice president and saying that, hey, this is, this is some bullshit. Hey man, you need to go on and you shouldn't certify because it's bullshit, right? And then because he's saying that now, because of how they try to, spin it in the media, like it could have went many different ways, but this is how they're saying, like, oh, Trump, and I don't know, bro. Look, I got 500 to say that Trump ain't going to jail. That's what I'm gonna say, because I'm calling bullshit on a lot of these charges, and because I mean, if a lot of this stuff was so true, like, I don't think it would have taken 4 years for them to be able to come up with the proof to do that. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, if they had the proof that all this stuff was bullshit, it just so happens to, like, this is a vital time for campaigning, and to block up this time, I mean, it just doesn't sit right with me. Like, because if we could have washed up Trump and he wouldn't have, like, a year ago or 2 years ago, and he has just had, like, he's in jail, he's wherever, somewhere other than, dealing with this bullshit, maybe I would have more like, okay, damn, this is about time. But it just doesn't, like, my intuitive spirit just doesn't sit right with me, just like other times when shit, like I've said, just like this. Okay, I mean, if they got it, like, I like to see them lock him up. They need to lock him up, secure everything that they can pretty much get all of the people to see he was wrong. He's locked away. You can't vote for him. Not, no. I mean, all right,
Let me play
move
some of
on.
this.
Yeah.
Presidential candidate and former Vice President Mike Pence says that the latest indictment of former President Trump by special counsel Jack Smith reminds us that, quote, anyone who puts himself over the Constitution should never be president of the United States. The indictment mentions the former vice president or his office more than 100 times in its 45 pages, and quotes from notes that he took about conversations with the former president, Donald Trump. The one-time allies are now facing off in the 2024 presidential race, and the former vice president, Mike Pence, joins us now from his home state of Indiana, where he is fresh off a speech. Mr. Vice President, good to have you with us today. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me on, Martha.
So obviously when we have spoken in recent weeks, it's been about the issues of this campaign. And I do want to ask you about that. But obviously this is a big story yesterday, and you have been obviously involved in it. Yesterday, you said that you'd have more to say about the indictment when you had a chance to review it. So what do you say about it today, now that you've had that opportunity, sir?
Well, Martha, let me say on January 20th, 2017, I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution. It was a promise I made to the American people, but it also ended with a prayer, so help me God. And all 4 years, all the way up to that fateful day on January 6th, I kept my promise that I made to Almighty God and to the American people. And I think yesterday's indictment will stand either on its own merits or it will fall. I can't really speak to the legal arguments behind it, but I think the American people deserve to know that on that day, President asked me to choose between him and the Constitution, and I chose the Constitution, and I always will. And I want the American people to know, as I stand for the Republican nomination for President of the United States, that I'll keep faith with the Constitution. And I do believe that while there has been weaponization at the Justice Department, and we certainly lived through it through the Trump-Pence years, that at the end of the day, history will hold Donald Trump accountable for his reckless words and actions on that day. And I'll always stand by the truth of that and make sure the American people know why I did what I did, Martha. I mean, I had no right to overturn the election. And despite the fact that President Trump has continued to insist that over the last 2.5 years, I want people to know that I stood strong on the Constitution that day, by God's grace, and I always will.
You know,
So that's one of the things that they're charging him with is attempting. Can y'all hear me? So my screen just did something weird. Y'all can hear me.
Yeah.
Attempting to, overthrow the election. And part of how he was going to do that was try to get Pence to not certify, those votes. Just like with January 6th and those people going to the Capitol to stop the certification of the votes, the process. That's against the law.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I hear what you're saying, but I don't think that they have anything to prove what he's saying. This is just, again, something else that another politician is saying, a long-term politician. Like this, and like I said, if he's guilty, lock his ass up. Like that, please. Just give me that, please. Like, don't don't leave him
Obtained video of police
to ponder somewhere else. Taking on some other kind of scheme somewhere else. Lock his ass up, and I will shut the fuck up.
Let's move on right here. It says ABC News obtained video of police raid on Kansas newspaper. I mentioned this one in the group chat about the, they were investigating. They did a story about a police chief who was doing like sexual misconduct or whatever. And so the police ended up raiding the newspaper office, and it was an older lady who worked there. She died like a day later or whatever. They said that she was stressed out behind the whole thing. And they're also saying that what they did was against the law. What the police did was against the law.
Shit.
Let me play this.
has obtained video of police raiding a small-town Kansas newspaper. The incident raising First Amendment questions. At issue, a tip a reporter received about a story the paper never published. Authorities are defending the raid. Tonight, the newspaper says its 98-year-old co-owner died one day after the raid because of the stress she suffered. More now from ABC's Faith Abube.
You want to snap a picture of that password right there?
Tonight, ABC News has obtained dramatic news surveillance video of a small-town Kansas police force raiding the newsroom of the Marion County Record, now the heart of a battle over the First Amendment.
You can afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you.
Officers reading a reporter her rights, snapping photographs, and taking away computers.
It's everything you've ever heard in the third world. It really is like we're living in Stalinist Russia or Nazi Germany or Vladimir Putin's Russia.
Eric Meyer co-owns the paper with his 98-year-old mother, whose home of 70 years, he says, was also raided Friday. He tells ABC News she died on Saturday, one day after the raid, saying she was too stressed to sleep or eat.
She spent 8 hours a week working for us, putting together a column of memories. How dare they take the last day of her life and make her filled with fear and anger?
At issue, Meyer says, is a tip one of his reporters received about a local business owner accused of driving illegally. They decided not to publish the story.
We notified the police that they'd told us this. They never responded. The person who was the target of this then falsely accused us of illegally obtaining the information.
That prompted a search warrant, though federal laws protect journalists from search and seizures and instead require a subpoena. But the chief of the Marion Police Department says in a statement, there are exceptions, like, quote, when there is reason to believe the journalist is taking part in the underlying wrongdoing. The paper denies any wrongdoing and says it won't be deterred.
If they think I'm going to give up because they've made it difficult for us to put out a newspaper for 1 week, they've got another thing coming.
In a statement, the Kansas Bureau of Investigation says it has joined an investigation into allegations of illegal access and dissemination of confidential criminal justice information. The KBI says it did not take out those search warrants, was not present when they were served, and believes very strongly that freedom of the press
is a vanguard of American democracy. Lindsay.
Faith, thank you.
Can I,
Go ahead.
I like to ask a question because I'm wondering is this just a another cop that's just trying to bring justice, or somebody's that's just trying to do the right thing? Like, I mean, we got too many examples of things like where cops, whether they're left, right, Republican or Democrat, like then they're pretty much on an agenda or protecting themselves from something else. So regardless of what we're going, because we can leave out the Democrat, Republican if you like, I don't care. But overall, like, we have too many examples showing that they're not about doing the right thing or where they really care about the people. They're doing things to protect themselves, regardless of what side you want to say. So, I mean, sometimes I feel like, even I know these things, but when it comes to certain situations, you feel that no, they're just upstanding and righteous people.
Who are you talking about? The cops?
Yes.
I mean, it depends on the circumstance, Sometimes,
exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because, okay, am I here to try to say that every cop is bad? I don't think so. I think most of them are. Do I think where the majority lies? Like, they ramsack people's rights every day, and then like to feel that, because I mean, this is kind of a cross between this conversation that they're having about the journalists, but it's also about Trump. It's they're doing the right thing with Trump, but then when it's happening in a different stratosphere, okay, they're bad cops. No shit. they bad. Most of them are bad. Like, none of them are to protect your rights. Like,
I don't get the point that you're trying to make here.
what I'm trying to tell you is the way that you're arguing that they're just doing the right thing to arrest Trump. We're getting more examples of where the cops are not doing the right things themselves. The prosecutors are not doing things to protect the people. Like, we have more examples where they are going against the people. So how is it that you can, the argument you gave a little not long ago, that they're just doing the right thing to bring Trump to justice, but we don't have any other examples where that's what they're doing? That's my part right there. But that's fine. I mean, some of the people, they got it. If you didn't, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure this is going to be a continued conversation between us. But in most cases, you believe like I believe. But when it comes to Trump, it's a different story, because I don't know but it just is.
I can't make any blanket statements about the police or prosecutors. I'd have to look at each case by case to make a distinction. You know what I mean? Are they trying to hold up the law? And this one right here, this case is really about attacking journalism. You know what I mean? There's an attack on journalism that's happening, and that's something that needs to be pointed out, and it's like the journalist is trying to get stories out so that people can know what the hell is actually going on. And then you got a guy who wants to protect himself, and he has a powerful position, so he goes in and tries to, root out that story or keep it from getting published so that the people don't find out the real story of what's going on. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Like Julian Assange. So the Julian Assange did attack the Democrats for the most part. You know what I'm saying? And now this dude is all locked up or whatever. So that's a scenario where, this guy revealed information about the Democratic Party and, Hillary Clinton and all of this, and he's getting chased to the end of the earth as a result of it, so that's attacking journalism, and that's a situation where the law is, they're using it in a, like attacking way, so there goes an example right there of the other side, where they're, what you were saying, like this, Julian Assange is an example of the other side, because they charged him with what did they charge him with? Something
espionage.
Was it espionage? Something crazy, like really, really crazy, just because he filed a freaking story, just because he published a story, and that wasn't underneath that law. Like that was a stretch for them to charge him with that for publishing a story.
So
but they did.
That's a great. This is a better example because it's closer to the the governmental powers and the way this is used and misused. So yes, that is a better example of what I'm saying. But I'm just showing like, okay, like we're talking about the highest levels of the like people who have the most power in the world, and for you to act as if it's something again, like totally absurd to think that it's even possible that what they're doing is not to further their agenda.
Like I say, it's a case by case basis. Julian Assange was a stretch. He didn't do anything wrong really, but he is getting prosecuted under the law. Trump is on the other side of that. Trump is on the other side of that. This guy did some things that was wrong. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
But
he broke the law.
We haven't seen the proof, and you're already convinced that he has. That's one of the biggest problems that we have, is that there's no proof. That's other, because did you hear him say any of that on the news, or did you hear other people saying that's what he did?
He did what he did publicly, like in front of everybody. Like, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't trying to hide what he was doing. Like,
how did I miss that? He did everything in front of everybody. Like you're saying, because some people saying that these people that he had, that gathered up in DC was, everybody, supposed to get together and go beat up people in the Capitol building and this, that, and the third. That's just, I don't know. For me, that's just kind of hard to believe that he openly did that. Now, not to say that it was impossible for that to be his mindset. Or
when you focus on those things, that's what keeps you from, looking at the truth. Like, what about the story, that he deleted the footage, his own security footage? Why would he do that? Why would he delete the footage of his own security footage of his own house, his own place? Why would he do that? Who does that?
I don't know. Me personally, I don't have enough shit going on for me to do it, and that's not an argument that I'm willing to fight for anybody, because I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. But overall, there's so many other things that's going on. There's so many other crimes that's being committed against you that you open armed, like it's just, and this thing because of a, they're saying, because now if the proof is there, they should be able to lock his ass up, right? And that's why I'm like, okay, like that's what's going to solidify a lot of this for me, because I feel like this is still a misuse of power. This is what's been happening. This is like, even like when we go back 7 years from ago, when they're talking about Russia collusion, like that's misuse of power. He's a Republican president, but guess what? The Democrats and anybody else that was willing to, roll with him did what they could to appease the powers that be. So that's what I've been seeing. I don't know what everybody else is seeing, but like I said, if there's enough proof, we shouldn't have any problem. everything that what you're saying and what the news is saying, it'll show itself because they're gonna lock his ass up.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, I'm just saying though, if somebody who didn't do anything wrong, who didn't commit any crimes, why would he ask for his own security footage to be deleted? I mean, that's just one example.
I mean, that's a great point. I mean, like I said, I don't know, but I'm just saying there's a lot of I don't knows because I haven't heard any, like, seen any real proof, and I don't know, like him deleting a video does not really give any proof. Maybe it gets rid of proof, but it doesn't give proof.
Let's read some comments underneath this. Am I still sharing this screen? Okay, yeah. This is the comments underneath the video I just played about the news obtains video of police raid on Kansas newspaper. Couple comments. It says, "This is truly outrageous and scary." Another one, it says, "My most sincere condolences to the owner's family." Another comment, it says, "This is really concerning. I'm so sad to see your mother was stressed and passed. I know taking legal action doesn't bring her back, but it could bring them to heal and think twice about ever doing that again. This sounds very shady." Another comment, it says, "This definitely needs more investigation. It's just crazy that something like this can happen in America at this time. Examples must be set." Another comment, it says,
It's not that crazy.
Another comment, it says, "Every corrupt official involved in this raid needs to be put in prison for a long, long time as an example that this will not be tolerated in this country ever. Also, isn't it true that if someone dies as a direct consequence of a crime, those involved in committing that crime are automatically charged with murder?" This would be a good place to start.
Who's going to enforce that? And which, I mean, there's a lot of good points there. But the people that would need to enforce it are the people who need to be on trial too. You know what I'm saying? Like and you know, I feel sorry for a lot of people whose heads been in the sand for the last however many years. That's getting a glimpse. They like this for them. This is a glimpse. Like, to me, this is just like another part of the road that, like, this is just a piece of the action. This is just stuff that you see in this world with these actors that we've been seeing for the last 2 decades minimally. I'm sure for even further than that, but I don't know, bro. Like,
yeah, I think a lot of people aren't aware of how heavy the corruption goes. Let me read another comment. It says, "I saw the same thing happen when I worked as a deputy sheriff. I was investigating a pillar of the community, and my sergeant told me to stop. Sorry about your mom." Another comment, it says, "This is very disturbing. Sounds like that sheriff's a little corrupt." Another comment, it says, "The reason does not seem plausible. The police acted inappropriately and attorneys need to sue them. The little paper probably had a notebook on all the dirty players in this story, or some well-known politician who requested a cleanup crew to go seize records." And a couple more, and then I'm gonna wrap it on this one. It says, "The police chief just bankrupted that town." Another one, it says, "The Record has been actively investigating Police Chief Gideon Cody at the time of the raid after receiving tips that he had left his previous job in Kansas City, Missouri to avoid repercussions for allegedly sexual misconduct charges." Mayor said in an interview published Saturday on the Handbasket, a newsletter by journalist Marissa Cabas. The allegations against Cody were in a computer seized by the police.
Look, I'm gonna tell you, there's been a lot of connection with human trafficking, the sexual exploitation of women, maybe even men and children all over this country. Who's to say how far it extends? But of course, these are the ones who gets caught. But the fact that somebody at his level feels that they can do this and get away with it is because somebody above him thinks that it's okay. And that's the part where, I think that people really don't realize is how, that's just like the drug trade. Like, we don't get tons and tons of drugs in our country every day, every week, because, these drug dealers are just so great at moving drugs around. It's because that a certain level of things are allowed. And when people get that concept down, that anything that's happening criminal, the most criminal are the people who are supposed to be over, that's supposed to be cleaning up these criminal acts. They're the ones they're in position to do this so that more crime can happen on an organized level. So I think that that's something that people really need to grasp and understand, that a lot of these things that's happening, them walking into this newspaper, they already had a level of, because I mean, who else does this implement? Because once they do a little bit of investigation on this cop, who else does it open the door for them to see that's involved?
That's a good question. Let me read another comment. It says, first they came for the small town newspapers, and no one said anything. Get it, folks? It is starting. Another comment.
Great comment, but it is starting. Like, okay, where have you been? I just don't. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
I agree with you, though.
I get triggered on some of this shit.
But he made a good point, anyways.
Yeah, he did.
But yeah,
he did. But that started thing, it's getting started. It's just like, okay, all right, you're not quite as aware as you might think you are.
Another comment says, every police officer involved in that raid should face a mandatory minimum of 20 years in prison. The police chief and the judge that signed off on the raid should spend the rest of their lives in prison. Our local sheriff, who recently retired, came into a local newspaper office and cussed everyone there and threatened a reporter who was doing an investigative piece on the district attorney. He uncovered an affair she was having with the assistant DA. Both were married, just not to each other. She also declined to prosecute several well-known people who were arrested for crimes varying from drugs to assault and battery, and at least 2 killings. The newspaper recently had to shut its doors because advertisers, probably encouraged by the sheriff and his goons, stopped buying ads. Wow. Another one. It says, which judge gave a search warrant on the basis of some small town gossip? Time to reform the police department. Fire them all, starting with the judge. Well, you can't fire a judge, but yeah, I get your point.
Yeah, that's it. You just don't know how deep it goes.
Yeah. If you can call the judge and tell him to give me a search warrant for some BS, then it makes me think of that movie Training Day. Because remember, he had to pay. That's how he was able to get the warrant for that guy who was his friend. He went in there and killed him just to take his money. He was really just robbing the guy. And it was his friend. And he went to the big wigs with a suitcase full of money, and he paid them so that he could get that search warrant.
Yeah. Some people miss that. But this is shit that really fucking happens, bro. It's like, and some of them just want a piece of the pie, and if they don't have a direct connect with the money, they have to somewhat extort other criminals to be able to
Shady. I've watched that movie a bunch of times, and it was another comment he said to his wife, the white guy. He was like, you should see these, you should see their houses. He was talking about those guys, the big wigs, the ones that received the money from the crooked cop Denzel was playing, to get the search warrant. And he told his wife, he was like, you should see their houses. And then that implied, that these guys, was living so good, as a result of all of this, corruptive ass activities that they were doing. Shady, 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 bro. That movie, I think that movie was revealing a lot, a lot.
For those that can see, you know what I'm saying? It does. Those that have an ear that can hear, and those that have eyes that they can see. And that goes deeper than just what you're hearing on the surface. And that's like with the Bible verse, like that's things that people don't. It's like, yeah, you got ears, but there's certain things that you hear, but you don't quite comprehend or understand. So, um,
Let's do
but yeah,
some.
I've
Let's do.
seen I've seen some cops that's living it up, and right here in Louisiana. Well, let's do some what now?
Let's do some quick stories to try to get these out of the way. I don't know how much longer I can stay on because I got to work all day tomorrow. But let's do this one. It says ERCOT issues voluntary electricity conservation notice for Texas. Demand is projected to near the grid supply. So it says the Electricity Reliability Council of Texas issued a voluntary conservation notice Thursday asking Texans who safely can reduce energy use from 3 to 8 p.m. Electricity demand is projected to come close to the committed supply in that time frame, according to data from the state's grid operator. The tightest conditions on Thursday are forecast for around 4:30 p.m. when demand and supply are projected to both be near 85,000 megawatts. 1 megawatt can power about 200 Texas homes during periods of high demand, according to ERCOT. It is the second such conservation notice ERCOT has issued this summer. So, yeah. Stress on the grid, it's been really hot and you have all of these AC units going. So during the hot part of the day, they're saying that it's getting pushed, to the limit. It's pulling the limit or the capacity that it has. So I wonder what happens if they pull more than what the capacity is.
Well, an explosion can happen. Like all of those transformers, like things that's linked to that original source. Like if anything shorts out, it could be somewhat of an explosion that happens.
And then remember when we had that freeze or whatever, and then that's when I found out that Texas is like on its own freaking. We're not plugged into all the other states. You got the East Coast one, and then you got the West Coast one, and then you got the Texas one. This is its own little thing, and freaking, I did not know that was the case. And then it's
the Midwest, because there's different,
It doesn't go all through the Midwest. It doesn't. It's pretty much just Texas.
No. What I'm saying that exists as well, like outside of the Texas, it's the West, the Midwest, the East and South, Southeast. Shall I say the Southeast? There's Northeast, Southeast, Midwest, West.
From what I understand, it's only three. It's East, West, and Texas. And so.
Okay. Well, I look, because from what I understood that's though there's broken off in regions, but okay, like I said,
and all those regions are connected to the same grid though. But Texas is not in on that East Coast or that West Coast grid. And so the thing is the regulations here are different. So they get to cut the corner when it comes to, regulations. So some of the stuff is not up to the same codes that those other ones would be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think that because there's different ways we can look at it, because it's beneficial and it's also not harmful, but I guess it's we stand a certain level of risk because
right
we stand alone. But at the same time, like the U.S. president, the nation can't just be shut their water off and our water is off like everybody else pretty much is. But for Texas, we can still run our own because we own our own. We like We have
So,
our own.
yeah, looking at it that way, you know, it has its positive and negatives
Exactly.
impact. Let me read some comments. It says, "Nah, we good. Fix the grid. You've had over 2 years to work on it." Yeah, so that's the other part of this story. So since that freeze thing that happened, they knew that they had problems, and they still haven't upgraded it.
Yeah, and when we have really strong summers like what we're going through right now, we're gonna probably have some really brisk, like it's gonna probably get cold as
You know, and how angry people gonna be if you know if the lights go out right in the middle of freaking like a freaking heat wave, bruh. People gonna be livid.
not as bad as if it is when it's freezing. If it because
I don't know, man. Freaking, I can warm up
people
easier
get
than
crazy.
cool off.
People, can you?
I could get under some blankets. I can make a fire or whatever. Sitting in this damn box of a freaking apartment in 107-degree temperatures. What the hell I'm gonna do to cool off? I can't turn on nothing to plug nothing up. I'm screwed.
I rest my case. I mean, you know, I yield because that's a damn great argument right there. Because I mean, you're right, but at the same time, I think it's way more. You know, for me, I think it's way more dangerous to get caught up in the wintertime.
It depends on what area of the world you're in. If you're in New York and it's winter and you don't have nothing, but see, they don't use electricity to heat though, you know, so that's different, you know. Go ahead, Doc. You was gonna say something?
I was just gonna say, think cool thoughts, man.
That ain't gonna work, bro. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna literally die.
What happened?
You know,
I said, think cool thoughts. That's what they tell you.
And you know, there has been a good number of people that has passed away this summer. It's like elderly couples living in their house or whatever. And like I was reading a story about a couple who their AC went out, it broke, and they were trying to do what they could. And then the day they were about to move out of their house or whatever, or go somewhere else, they died in the damn house. The damn AC was out, and it was like a fucking 110 degrees. I saw this other one where it was this dude out on the corner. I think it was a homeless person, and was having like a heat stroke. Didn't even know it. He was about to die. They grabbed him and poured water on him and put him in the shade. Let me read some more comments. It says, when Greg
Abbott, that's like earlier this year, they were talking about, oh no, it's 90 degrees. People in, you know, the homeless people are going to start falling out and dying over in Seattle. Meanwhile, in Texas, it's already 98 degrees. We're like, them some amateur numbers.
Let me read this. It says, when Greg Abbott makes the adjustment, so will I. Another one, it says, look up residential power usage. We use under 10% of all power. Everyone could have an EV and it would barely make a dent in your usage. Stop voting for rich elderly folks. We need to stop enabling this nonsense.
Listen, you know, I'm not the biggest fan of Abbott either, but I think when it comes to like our, you know, grid, like that's something that we need to be looking at more of our legislature. You know, you know, our House, the representatives, the state representatives that's, you know, actually writing legislation and, you know, just taking care of our Texas budget. So, you know, yes, he can suggest certain things, but it's just like the president. You know what I'm saying? They don't have really that kind of control. They can recommend, they can suggest, they can veto, they can knock things down. But if there's nothing that's been written to push some of those, you know, these actions, it's never gonna happen.
Well, he can use the power of the bullpit, you know, and you know, if he made it a priority and put pressure, you know, he can have impact. So I wouldn't give him a complete pass. But you're right.
I'm gonna say this because I mean, there's things that Texas could have been focusing way more on like the grid, but the whole time, like a lot of it has been fighting, you know, these, the immigrants, or the people that is flooding Texas for the most part, trying to help people who that they can, and the things that get promoted is oh, they flew people here, they bust people there, blah 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 blah. But what about all the people that they did feed and clothed and gave housing to? So
Yeah, but it's like Abbott is he's not a guy that wants to like have more regulations on these companies. He's more like free reign, like y'all do what y'all want to do, like just line my pockets. Let me read a couple more comments. It says all these buildings downtown.
I think Abbott's buying his time until someone reaches down to pull him up to the national stage.
I think so too, man. I've been saying that for the longest. I would not be surprised, bro. I would not be, because and he wouldn't be a bad, like he might have a shot, like for real.
I don't think he's a bad guy. I mean, and I think that in certain situations, he makes pretty, like sound decisions that, when we're talking about the whole, like a lot of times we're looking at it from the standpoint of our personal feelings and things like that. But when we're talking about overall and things that's going to give balance to the state, I think he can't give him everything, but I think he does a fair job.
I have to disagree with you. I don't like that guy at all, man. There's a story about.
Let me put it this way. You may like him or not like him. You may agree with him or not agree with him.
Yeah, because it's not about
But
liking.
he at least seems to be trying.
Trying to do what?
To do right by Texas, to do right by the people.
Exactly.
I may not agree with the way he's going about it, but again, we're sitting here wasting our time talking about the executive part of government, which all they are is figureheads and people we're supposed to be pointing our fingers at and blaming anyway. When it's to the legislature's branch that we really need to be starting to look at, he's just approving and saying yay or nay to stuff that comes his way. We need to start grabbing these guys local and the legislative branch by their throats and start shaking them like a screaming fucking whatever and going, hey, get your job right.
Yeah, I get smacked around, or people try to will argue with me, but there are processes in place for certain things to happen. And okay, he's the guy that you see the most, so yeah, you point the finger at him, but it's not really him that can make that change. Even as like him being the governor, he's he has his section that if he starts overstepping his boundaries, then that's when y'all gonna give him a hard time then too. So like certain things, like trying to you give him credit on all the negative stuff, but if he was outside of his boundaries, like, oh, you're gonna give him credit for that bullshit too. So it's just like, so in some cases you can't win. When you're at the top, I mean, you're gonna get those little, most people don't really understand how government works even to this day. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I don't know.
Let me read some more comments. It says all these buildings downtown that leave the lights on all night long, but you want the residents to shut off.
Oh God.
Another comment.
Selfish.
Another comment says, but y'all didn't want to vote for a candidate who wanted to hold ERCOT accountable, so we're getting what we wanted.
What is that? Hold on. What is? What do you understand what they meant by that?
Yeah. ERCOT is the company.
They gave a proposal of fixing it, or what?
I don't know what you're saying. He said
that's the organization in control of the electric grid here in Texas.
Yeah, and I'm asking, did they give a proposal that would fix the issues that we're dealing with, and they were ignored? Like that, I'm wondering, like, what was the
No, he said,
significance?
but y'all didn't vote for a candidate who wanted to hold accountable. That's what he said.
Which was who,
That,
Beto?
that goes back to this is a cheap shot at the power grid freeze a while back.
Okay, but who
Because
supported
they're
him?
saying that they didn't want anyone held accountable, or the vote after that didn't want anyone held accountable for, they didn't want to hold, the Texas Energy Commission wasn't held accountable for the freeze and all of that going on.
Let me read a couple more.
That's a tough one.
It says, shut down the downtown businesses, buildings, and then we'll talk. Another one says, F ERCOT, who's with me? Couple more. It says, I don't think so. Hot Wheels said it was fixed, so I'm not doing anything. Another comment. It says, upgrade the grid then. They're making so much money, but we have to limit our use. Another one, it says, tell them to talk to Abbott. He said it's fixed. Taking AC from 70 to 65. Talking about I'm going to do the opposite. Yeah.
That's probably
You can't.
that's probably my solution. But
I'm telling you, a lot of people, you can't tell people to freaking turn off their air conditioner or whatever.
Well,
like
I mean, it's
110
him
degrees.
But he, in most, like, he knows most of us are not going to do the bullshit if we even hear that he made a recommendation, and the recommendation isn't law. It's just like, all right, look, we're going through some shit. Look, I don't know, maybe we
That
can
kind of
try
thing
this.
it might work in another state like California, but that's not gonna work here in Texas. We're gonna
But
say,
you
fuck
gotta
you.
realize how many Californians. I mean, how many Californians are actually in Texas right now. So,
We're gonna
but
say,
it's
F
hot.
you.
It's hot as fuck, and bro, shoot, they probably need to be doing some of the same stuff here in Louisiana. Like that's bro, it's
Let's
insanely hot over here, man.
let's move on. This one, it says, if a fetus is a person at 6 weeks pregnant, is that when the child support starts? Is that also when you can't deport the mother because she's carrying a U.S. citizen? Can I insure a 6-week fetus and collect if I miscarry? Just figuring if we're going there, we should go all in. Carlos Chapman, law professor, Washington and Lee University.
I think those are some great questions, and I mean, they're probably gonna get knocked down, but at the same time, you can do that. But I mean, look, I know that's like pretty much a conversation for the whole abortion stuff, because I mean, people really want to kill children, or these fetuses, or whatever the zygotes, whatever they want to call these humans that's growing inside of another human. But I don't know, bro. I think some people are making these things a little bit more weird than you know than necessary. Because I mean, if you make a good argument, just got to come up with a better argument. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, proving whether it's a life or not. I mean, there's little things that, like ants, and like, I mean, there's things it's life. That's not, you need to get past that. It is a life, but how much are you willing to value it? That's, I guess, really going to become the question. But
I think these are valid questions right here, because when they're pushing that argument of it being a person, then all of these things right here, like that, these questions that she asked would be stuff that you'd have to work out.
yeah, and
in the law.
I'm sure some of these things could work, but at the same time, you got to prove that you have been doing everything. Like, if you want to get an insurance policy for a fetus, like, are you already truly healthy? Like, I mean, there's a lot of women that's dealing with underlying issues. They done got pregnant. That, okay, yeah, that maybe it was gonna die anyway, but you can take a chance to try to win on a lawsuit, or I mean, insurance claim that.
Well, you can't get a insurance for it until it has a social security number or until it's born.
So
You
then,
can't get these. But see, this argument right up there,
but her insurance
it
policy.
fits right into what I was saying the other day about if you kill a pregnant woman, it's a double homicide.
Yes, and I thought that was an excellent argument as well, because it's like, okay, if you can charge somebody in this instance, then how do you claim it not to be something that got killed, or if it was.
they do that with the double homicide, but it doesn't go the other way, like what this lady is saying.
I hear you. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, but I'm thinking, and I'm just throwing things out there as far as, because I mean, to me, it's I think some people shouldn't have children, and when you're irresponsible, you're too irresponsible to keep yourself from getting pregnant or whatever, you probably shouldn't have it. But I'm an asshole. But
let me read some comments. It says, America looks pretty backward to us Europeans right now. The only countries that have abortion bans like yours are Stone Age shitholes in Africa and the Middle East, where men hate women. Tells you a lot about how American men feel about women.
Well, how about how women treat men that have children? Like the men don't have rights. In a lot of these situations, like you can just kill his child and he has no say. So it's like, okay, you want to be able to charge me child support for something that if I want it or not wanted it or not, like I can be utilized as a pawn through this whole situation, but none of that stuff gets looked at. So in a lot of these cases, like the guy has a chip on his shoulder, and like especially here in the U.S., because it's like if I told you I didn't want the kid and you do, you can still fucking have a extort me.
I agree with that. The parental rights and the child support situations, they all benefit the mom, and it's really kind of messed up that the father doesn't have hardly any say in that stuff. Like
she can make a mistake and be and have an abortion, and if she didn't want it, whatever, she can have all the choice in the world. But if he's like, yeah, it was a mistake, we weren't trying to do this or whatever, well, I don't know, I'm in my part of my life, I want this, blah blah blah, and guess what, I'm suing you for fucking child support.
But that's a really touchy situation, because being that the baby does grow in the mom, I think that she should get a little more leeway. But I think they should give the fathers way more than they actually have legal standing.
Yeah, because if this is not a mutual agreement, like you should not be able to hold this dude accountable. That
So in that situation,
you knew
if
was
you
just
decided
a
to
quick
keep
screw.
it, then it should be you got to pass on that child support or whatever. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. That's a tough one. That's a really touchy one.
Yeah.
Let me read another comment. It says, as a former lawyer, these are all fantastic questions. People who sincerely believe it's murder have the right to that belief and are free to help pregnant women as much as they like if that convinced her to carry to term. But when you get the law involved, when you have to account for other legal and financial issues, I definitely like to see these things challenged in court.
Yeah.
I think if this abortion thing gets as bigger as far as like them saying that it's a person, I think we are going to start seeing court cases like this more and more, because this is going to be their way to push back on that whole it's a person thing at 6 weeks.
Well, I mean,
that's
just
why I was trying to say the foot in the door about double homicide with the pregnant woman is the ultimate goal is to define when life starts. That is the problem right now, because at the point that a fetus is considered a life, it gains constitutional protection.
Exactly.
pro-life is saying it's a conception because it gains full constitutional protection at conception, and that's why the liberal idea is it is a child at birth.
But it's not.
But there's also this little point in time where, well, it's a lot more than a fetus, but it's not quite born yet. There's a big problem of area too.
Well, yeah, because I mean that's when they start the age is when it's born, but really, I mean, the life began 10 months ago. The 9, whatever window that you're saying. I mean, some of them, the ones that's born early, I guess they're birth begins even further. Let's just say, or let's say sooner, because
Well, that's
let's
what I
just
was
say
about
that
to
if
say.
they were born at 6 months old, and they, whatever, it because it was a life already. It
Yeah,
doesn't
but
matter when it comes out of this woman's stomach, whether
well,
it's at 6 months or 9 months, it's
well,
still a life.
well, is it viable to be alive outside of the mom? You know what I'm saying? So then it gets to that point where it can come, like they can come and take the baby, and the baby will live. You know what I'm saying?
Now,
But there's a point
now,
before
do
that
we
that the
add
baby can't
technology
make
into
it.
your question? Do we add technology into your question?
Well,
Is
we
it
don't have
viable? Can it be kept alive by technology outside of a woman?
I don't think you can keep a 6-week.
I'm not talking about this week. I'm
Well, no,
talking.
they are
This is not
they're
a
doing
study
it.
this number. This is part of the conversation. This is part of a when does life start conversation.
But bro,
Yeah, so if it's at 6 weeks, I don't think they
So
can keep a
if it
6-week
is, if
old
we're not talking
alive.
about 6 weeks, we're talking
But
about
Chaka,
when viable. We've talked birth is life. We've talked conception in life. You're talking about when it is viable to be not carried by a woman. So if we include technology with this, we're
yes,
reducing it to how many weeks? What point in time there?
That's
And then
that's
what
that's
about
but
the
listen,
time
but y'all
from
forgetting something.
there, why it's in a woman still, to the time that it's born? According to the left, any time amongst that point in time, it is viable to be removed because it is just, I mean, for better part, until a child is actually born, if you want to identify it as what it is, it's a parasite.
To some people, the whole time it is, even after birth. But
Yeah, I found it to be more so after birth than before myself, but
but no, I think y'all are forgetting, because when you said the technology part, it really takes a big turn, because there's children, or I guess we can call, I don't know what we're calling them, but these clones, like these things that's being totally raised up without a mother. They're taking eggs, they're taking sperm, they're fertilizing, and then the entire time
okay.
it's outside of a woman. Is
Now, wait a minute.
the
Yes, but
growth of it?
it still requires man and woman. And I have to point that out because of all these people out here that
I
are
know.
saying, I'm a man and I have menstrual cycles. And no.
and it
You
still
guys,
requires a womb.
you're not in this. Get out the room.
And it still requires a womb. We don't have the technology to make a baby without a womb.
It requires an egg. Well, we can do it with animals. Well, no, actually, no. Even Dolly the clone was
You can't do it outside. They're doing it outside of the womb. At least I've seen some stuff that they were doing that this is totally like like an incubator, where this thing like is coming through the terms
No, I don't
totally
know
in
about
an
the
incubator.
I don't know about the newest of stuff, but I know all the cloning attempts that I've read about and stuff require a surrogate womb.
I mean, yeah, that's but
Not
this no that
not a mechanical, not a scientific one,
how
but
w-
an
Actual
actual living stereo.
how well this technology is going, I don't know, but I did see where they were doing this totally through an
But that
incubator.
is what, yes, that's where they're going. Definitely.
Yes.
Let me read two more comments. It says, I've often asked if I can bring charges against the 10-week fetus that ruptured my fallopian tube and nearly killed me.
Uh-oh.
Another comment, it says, exactly. Can I claim as a dependent on my taxes? Does it also mean that you are actually 9
You
months
can't.
old already when you are born? So everyone is actually 9 months older than what is listed on their birth certificate? Can
Hmm.
That's a
vote
valid.
17?
That's valid.
It says,
That's valid. Yeah.
can vote 17 years and 3 months after birth, can retire 9 months earlier.
Well, I mean, that's gonna be based on because see that's all of those things that what they're saying is just examples of because I mean really shoot, we're older than my birthday should have come already like
That is
when
all example of
conception
life
is beginning
begins
of your
at
life,
ejection from the womb.
the
That
ejection
is
of
all
the
example. That is all examples of until I pass the, until I am born into this world, I am not anything. Every single one of those, it's like it's not a living thing until birth, according to the arguments made by that particular comment.
but the argument still is the like instead of calling it birth, like when in conception is where life it begins. So I mean that's gonna be something that people can argue forever until
That,
the laws actually
yes,
change because it really is like I mean
that that's what I'm pointing out. Is
if it
that's the
doesn't
two sides right
exist
now.
if it doesn't exist then what are we arguing about if it's what I'm saying like if it has no existence then there's nothing
We're
to
not
talk about.
arguing if it
No, no, no,
exists.
no, 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 no,
We're
no.
arguing if it's a human, if it's alive, if it's a baby, if it's a person, or is it a clump of cells?
Nobody says that when the worm is converting over to a butterfly, it's living. Okay, it hadn't gotten its wings yet, but it's still that that same entity. But
But
or
when it goes into the cocoon and goes into that sleep, does it
is it
know it's going to come out as a butterfly, or
is it
does it just know that its life is ending?
Let's move on. It
okay?
says, forget, we can go on. That topic is endless. Let's move on. It says family income
Yeah, that
compared.
doc.
It says family income compared to the cost of a house in the US then and now. All right. It says 1960, median family income $5,600. Median cost of a house $11,900. It says 2023, median family income $70,700. Median cost of a house $416,000. It says the cost of buying a house in the U.S. has increased much faster than the income of most families over the past 6 decades. In 1960, a typical family earned about half of what a house costs. But in 2023, a house costs about 6 times more than what a family earns. This means that owning a home has become much harder and less affordable for many Americans. So the idea, like
I
half.
just want to. I just want to know where the hell these average $70,000 a year jobs are, and I want some. What the fuck?
They're just it's just the average of the
I bust my ass and made 22 last year.
yeah, they're just comparing the high end versus the lower end, and then they come up with a median. It's like
but it's
the
not because
average.
it's not you can say that's a median but it's not average because the average person is making less than or right around $42,000 a year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I was going to say about twice what I do, about 45 grand on the. If you make $5,000 a month, you are making it good. You are doing well
Say,
in America today.
there's people who's making $5,000 a week that's struggling.
Yeah. So, but
But
look, no.
that's choice. That's choices. That's not.
Well, you
getting
just got a lot of different
That's choices there.
responsibilities.
We're getting away from the point. The median number that they come up with is a median number. It doesn't really necessarily represent, the average income. So, but the point is, the point is, looking at this 1960, $5,600, and then the cost of the house is $11,900. So,
Your income is half of what the house costs.
Right. That's the point right there. So,
in order to be, if we're looking at the same metrics, or how a home that's averagely priced at the 450 range, our income should be on average
about 200 and something
plus. Yeah.
If the base median in value is already, we already talked about how skewed it is.
Say that again.
We've already talked about how the median family income that they represented was so far off. Then why are we believing the other part?
It's not believing it. It's not. Yeah, it's
we're
not
using
saying
a
that
median. It's just a median number that we're using, and if you use the same median number, then you can do a comparison.
You don't understand what I'm saying. The number is so off of what we know of as reality. You're saying median. What median? What are the high and low means? What is that stat coming from that it says it on there and we're talking about a mean, but we've already talked about how it doesn't reflect reality.
Yes.
And you're using it saying we're going to use this unrealness to capture this unrealness, because what kind of house are you looking at?
But if you use
$11,000 house, $12,000 house back then, we're not talking about a 4-bedroom, 5-bath, something like that. And when you're talking about a $500,000 house now, you're not talking about a small house. You're not talking about a small family house. You're talking about a decent house in a nice neighborhood and all that. What are the metrics here other than just to piss you off?
Well, it's the use of the median number is what we're doing. So you use the median number and now and then that's how you can make the comparison. They come up with the median number by plugging in all the numbers for the houses sold all the way up to million.
We started now the median number is not actually median.
Exactly, but at the same time, like you're
so you're going to believe it on the house price.
It's no belief.
I'm sorry, $12,000 is not the median house cost of a house in 1960. It's about $22,000 to $23,000.
You're looking at you're trying to say average versus median, which is going to be different.
Oh, dude, don't, no. Okay,
it is different.
Yeah, like I said,
because you got to think about there's people who make millions of dollars.
Use your skewed statistics because they fit the narrative you're trying to do. Let's walk away from the real thing, which is the exact same message, but when you use shit that's out of skew, you throw it out of proportion. You change the message to make it something more severe.
No,
you're using. No, man, no.
The doc, listen. The whole
this
thing
is not healthy.
No. Listen. We're pointing out the discrepancy, the whole problem with the whole thing, and we're using dummy numbers. We know it, like we began this saying that it was dummy numbers because when we look at what people are actually making, we said that already. So I mean, your anger is valid, but at the same time, you're pointing at us as if we're giving this credence. So like this is some you know, like, okay, we believe these numbers. This is stuff
the
that's
point is the cost of how much people are getting paid versus how much
doesn't
the
match.
houses cost.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
And that's a real problem. That's actually, regardless of these numbers, that's a real issue. You know what I'm saying? That people are facing. It's getting to the point where most people, a lot of people, will never be able to afford to buy a home. They can't even come up with the down payment to make it happen. They can't even get the credit to do it.
Listen, because if we're hyper, we're giving this leeway. We know that they're saying that, okay, even at the 75,000, that is a median, supposedly a median income. Even there, you're not matching the difference of what it was in the 60s, where if we're looking at the same metric, a median income or what have you. Because I mean, I really don't know. I don't even know what kind of money my grandfather made back then, but I know he did okay. He had 13 kids or whatever that he took care of, and bought cars and horses and did all kind of shit. So I mean, I'm just like, there were so many things that you could live off of, so way better back then than we can now. And that's the main point, is that regardless of what we believe, and most people think they got way more now than they had then, but it doesn't prove to be that. And that's really the what I got out of it. You know what I'm saying? We know the numbers are inflated.
Right. But it's the point. Let's read some comments. It says, our financial system is such a huge scam and people just accept it. Another comment, it says, increasing the cost of living without increasing our salary is the new form of slavery. The majority of Americans are on a hamster wheel, chasing the next check just to pay for basic necessities, food, clothes, and shelter. The American dream is not for the citizens, it's for the American economy. Another comment, it says, in the 1960s, the median income was roughly $5,600 and only the man had to work. A house was roughly $11,000 and a man working by himself could pay half the mortgage off a single year of pay. And the wife could still stay home and raise kids. Today, both men and women have to work, and the median family income in a year pays roughly 15% of the mortgage on an average house. Not to mention, the parents have to send their kids to daycare and can't raise their kids. Another comment, it says, but everyone thinks America is the dream. Another one, it says, you're lucky. It says, you're lucky if 460K gets you a blade of grass on the West Coast. And that's the reason why these numbers are like this, with this 416,000, because you have
the United States is not just a certain area,
and you have some areas where it's you pay 416 and you get you a 1-bedroom, one bath.
People in different parts of California, they can be making $1 million. I mean, not $1 million, 100,000 or $250,000, and like they're like still like struggling, because guess what? Rent is $5,000 for some bullshit, or or just say $2,500, or some shit like that. They're paying numbers that, and it's not like a comfortable space like what we have, here in Texas. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Right here in Louisiana, like, I mean, if some of them, what I expect to maybe pay at some point, or could pay, let's just say I could buy a $500,000 home, bro. I'm living it up. I got a big ass house and a big yard,
and that's why a lot of people are moving to Texas, because they can get so much more space. And
that's in some parts of Texas, because like Houston, you can still do that. Try that in Austin, because it's freaking crazy. You're gonna spend at least $1 million or more in order to get like a $500,000 house in Houston. And believe me, I've been looking. I know for a fact, like, you can get a 5-bedroom house for $450,000, $500,000, and with a nice yard in Houston. In the Austin area, shoot, the you might get a three bedroom with, you know what I'm saying, like not a lot of space, shoot, not even a real yard, backyard or anything like that, and then you're gonna be, 400,000, some shit like that. Like,
Crazy.
it's insane.
Let me read a couple more and move on. It says it's pretty simple zoning and car dependency restraining housing supply. Since housing is a necessity good, there are no replacements. So the price went up to as supply dwindled and demand stayed the same. And that is true, but there's a reason why there's not it says there's no replacements, and it says supply dwindled. So the whole thing is commodified, right? It's economics 101 is scarcity, right? Scarcity drives up prices, right? So then what you do is you don't build the houses, you know what I'm saying? You don't you keep the inventory low, like the diamonds. The diamonds aren't really worth barely anything, really. You know what I'm saying? They're not rare at all. They have a fucking slew of them locked away in vaults, and they let out a small amount of them each year so that they can keep the price where it's at. And even though people are still mining for diamonds, and they're getting them every year, then they lock them all away in a safe, and that way that they can keep the prices stable. The diamonds they're really not worth shit.
It's just a piece of glass, as far as I'm concerned. But for some people to hear like, oh, it's got this certain cut and this.
They're pretty. We like shiny. We're humans. We like shiny things. They're pretty.
It's a clear rock. It's a clear rock.
Ultimately, because of the hardness of them and things like that, they're actually more valuable in an industrial capacity than they are in an ornamental.
Right. They use them to cut stuff.
Yeah.
Yep. Only a diamond can cut a diamond.
Isn't that the same? I don't know if that's the same thing I used when I used to do flooring. What kind of saw that is they use for?
They got different kinds.
It's a wet saw.
You're using a diamond edge wet saw. And
Okay.
there's diamond dust on it.
Yeah. Yeah, we used to sell those.
Those are the ones that cut right through, while the ones that didn't have the diamond coating on it just kind of did that chew. And you had to do it a lot slower because it would start fracturing the material. It would start ripping more than cutting.
And it would send cracks through it.
Or it would dull quicker.
Yeah.
To put it simply, it would dull quicker than the others.
Let me read a little bit more. It says, this country's government does not care about its citizens. All they care about is money. Cost of living is out of hand. Gas, health insurance, food is terrible for us. Military industrial complex is at an all-time high, and it's only get worse. Imagine how this country would be if they put the people first. Sad shit, man. One more, and I move on. It says, when the U.S. dollar was backed by gold versus now. That's an important little tidbit right there.
Yeah, but I mean, even like the numbers and stuff. I mean, like the inflation. The main thing about the whole thing, the inflation is the freaking scam. Like, inflation, the hidden tax, and the ones that's the visible tax. That's a scam, bro. And until regardless if it's backed or not, like the way that we're valuing certain things is just it's been corrupted for a long time.
I want to do this one, but I don't want to stay on this long. Go ahead, Doc.
Let me re-say that as inflation beyond the devaluation of the dollar is a corporate scam. There's going to be inflation because they devalued the dollar because of how much they printed. But anything beyond that amount is corporate greed.
Let's move on to this, and I don't want to stay on this long because I'm so tired of this fucking topic. I really am. I'm sick of this topic, but I'm gonna cover this anyways. It says Republican lawmakers overturn North Carolina governor's veto of anti-trans slate of hate laws. So it says Republican lawmakers in the state legislature have voted to override vetoes from Democratic Governor Roy Cooper and enact 3 controversial bills targeting trans youth. So it says, under the new laws, North Carolina will ban gender-affirming care for youth, ban transgender girls and women from playing on sports teams in middle school, high school, and college, restrict how gender identity is discussed in schools. So do y'all understand? So it's confusing.
Hold on that real quick. So they're going 1, 2, 3. Ban gender affirming care for youth. They are going to ban the use of hormone therapy and telling things like that, as well as going, oh, you feel like you're a girl? Well, we believe that. We accept that. We understand that. Instead of, are you sure? Do you want to think, is that how you feel? Or is that maybe how other people have told you? You know, are you a tomboy or do you actually feel like a boy? You can be either. To say that is not gender affirming. To not give them hormone therapy or surgery is non-gender affirming care, according to that's what gender affirming care includes. Ban transgender girl and women from playing on sports teams in middle school, high school, and college. Stop from allowing boys who are developing quicker in certain areas. Actually, the earliest ones, the girls can kick the boys' butts. But once you start getting through middle school, natural puberty, muscle development, all that stuff, unless you're using gender affirming care and stop that while they're in middle school, they are now you're talking about the girls teams having the boys on them, stuff like that. That's the big issue. A lot of it is because a lot of the men are taking advantage of this. While on the other hand, society has always given women who want to play in men's leagues a pass because they're punching up, not down. And that is ultimately what the whole trends in sports is. Because a lot of these people are using the law to punch down instead of punching up. And I'm just going to leave that at that. And then go on to restrict how gender identity is discussed in schools. Again, this is where we're not introducing gender and sexuality to the youngest of kids, to where we're not going, well, you're a tomboy, well, you must be a trans boy. You know, oh, you're effeminate. You're not gay, you must be a trans woman because you feel like you want to receive from a man. And all of a sudden it's like receive men, trans. Whoa, way beyond what the teachers should be discussing. And then I'm just going to leave that as that because I'm just throwing out why people are upset on this.
Yeah, no, I get it, and I know that you're more pro LGBT than probably any of us that's on the show, and you support those certain people, which I appreciate what you're saying. But when it comes to children, we're supposed to be guiding them to growth, and to if a boy is saying that he believes that he's a girl, and that means there's a mental health problem that you believe. What I'm saying? You look at your penis. You're not a girl. So I think that we gotta some things we can't just keep accepting just because it makes somebody feel good or whatever. Like, the truth is the truth. If you want, if a dude wants to receive from another dude, all right, just be gay. You can, if you want to dress up and this, that, and the other, the third, but don't try to make society conform to some things that just are not true. And if we start allowing
And it's
We saw the
okay
lot.
to be gay. You don't have to be trans.
Yes,
You like
like I
that.
mean, that's the whole thing. If you want to dress up, or if you're a dude, you want to dress up like a woman. Look, have at it. But when what the problem is for me is when you're trying to tell me I got to recognize you as this shit you got going on in your head. Like I can see your nuts hanging out from your mini skirt. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like
So
you're a boy, Damon.
So look, this what I was saying about it being confusing because it says Republican lawmakers in the state legislature have voted to override vetoes from Democratic Governor Roy Cooper and enact 3 controversial bills targeting trans youth. So the governor vetoed the laws, and then it went back to the legislature, and then they vetoed his veto and forced the laws to come in. So that's what happened. So they have a Democratic governor and they have a Republican legislator.
That means they outvoted his veto.
Yeah.
Because
yes,
I'm pretty sure that all of the states are a matter of, well, the governor can veto it, but it goes back. But if it goes back, if a certain percentage of whatever their legislative branch, it's like, no, it does make a law because we represent the voters, you represent the state.
And usually it has to be like a super majority or whatever for them to be able to do that. Like it can't be a simple majority.
Normally like 75%, but I think some of them are as low as 60.
Yeah.
To be fair.
So a couple comments and then I'm gonna move on. It says North Carolinians make them pay for their hate at the next election by firing them. Another comment, it says, yet radio silence on daily arrests of pedo clergy, youth pastors, cops, etc.
Why does it always come out to be hate? Like that's the argument. That's one of the arguments I hear all the time is that you just have hate for a certain group instead of just maybe I'm exercising a certain level of intelligence or understanding that you're trying to bully somebody or make somebody feel bad because they haven't been fooled by this whole because most people just don't want to argue with you about it, and they think that if they just don't say anything, you go do whatever it is and you done changed all these laws that everything is just going to be fine. But it's a domino effect. One decision turns into it affects everybody. So
you know where I stand on this, but at the same time, sometimes it is hate. It's like simple as that sometimes.
But no, see, I mean, I think that's way too simple to try to make it out of just hate. I think some people hate we got to have this conversation because it's common sense that, something that has existed for thousands of years, male, female. There's not new genders that you might have new feelings. You might have some chemical imbalances because of the food and the medicines and things that has been created within the last 200 years of the existence of this society. But go back before this, like this, most of the world is only conforming because of the power that we put pressure on the rest of the people to go along with the narrative.
Yeah,
so
but what I'm saying is some people really just hate gay people or hate transgenders, and
okay, but that's almost like that number is probably even lower than the population of that whole segment. Like that's a rare thing, bro. Like most people, like we're related to people who had lived this lifestyle. It's not about hate. It's just about don't try, like you're trying to confuse a new generation of people that there's a way that like instead of like you just being a boy or a girl and whatever your ideology on sex is, you can do that. But no, they're screwing with children's minds to make them believe that yes, I have a penis, but I feel like a girl, so I'm a girl, and you better call me one. And this and that, like this is insanity.
That's where this law comes in, because gender affirming means a psychologist can no longer say, maybe you're not that way. Maybe you're not really a girl. Maybe you're just a feminine boy. Maybe you're just gay in the feminine way of that, Maybe you're, well, again, we're talking about children here, so we're not actually going to
Yes.
say, maybe you're a power bottom. Who knows? I mean, you can't talk to them in any other way, in any way that does not affirm their feelings already about their sexuality, which means professional psychologists, nurses, the guidance counselor at school can't go, well, maybe we should talk to an actual therapist about this.
Well,
because
the whole thing
that is negatively affecting their belief in their gender.
yes,
And that's
but it's a
why
mental issue. It's a mental issue no matter
like I
what.
said, I'm more pro LGBT. I'm more on the side of this than we're here, but we're talking about kids.
But we're talking about
Well,
children,
children.
exactly.
But
Yes,
what I
adults, I
want
don't care. That,
what I want to say.
I'll get my back up.
What I want to say is that I don't like it when people try to disguise their hate with like rationalize their hate or whatever. If you hate something, stand on that shit, and I can respect that. You know what I mean? Don't act like it's not that when it is that. You know
yeah,
what
I
I'm saying?
hate. Look, I'm gonna tell you, I'm a hater. I hate adults trying to tell children that they're not what they say. What like. First of all, the children do not just all one day just say no. It's some kind of. It's been things that's been put in their mind, whether it's from TV, from parents to teachers or whatever, that's making them think the way that they think. This is a psychological thing that's happening. So I hate adults that's trying to misuse children, and this is a sexual thing, and a lot of sex begins in the mind. So you are sexually abusing these children from an early age. So that's what I hate. But honestly, adults that choose to do these things, I might be like, oh damn, like, okay, weirdo, whatever. I think, I don't hate them because that's, they're adults. They've had a chance to decide in most cases. At least I believe, I hope that they had a chance to decide. But we're gonna have a whole generation of people that did not have a chance to even, you know, just go through those different feelings for them to say, okay, okay, well, you know what, I'm attracted to girls. I'm attracted to, whatever it is. The same things that we had, a lot of these children are not having. That's what I hate.
Let me read 3 comments and I'm gonna move on. It says Christianity is a hate group. They don't know Jesus or his teachings. Another comment, it says, y'all can't vote this out. It says, y'all can't vote this out. NC is gerrymandered to hell and back. General strike. Another one, it says, GOP is going down in flames and they want to burn the world with them.
Really?
Back up there with Jessica 99. Say Christianity is a hate group. They don't know Jesus or his teachings. I do not agree with the first statement. I do pretty much agree with the second part of the statement, the way 90% of Christians that I have to talk to and deal with talk.
Me too.
They don't know the teachings, or they don't understand that the teachings are the same by the words of God, according to that, but because the world is different, they translate different.
Mm-hmm. But I think that's what they're trying to.
Well, they mean the same thing, but they translate different to different situations now. That's why he is the one, the now, and the before, and the always. Or the words are. I'll
Well,
shut up.
they're moving far away from Christ energy and what it's really saying, and then they're making it into what they want it to be or whatever. They pick and choose which parts they want to listen to, and they ignore the other parts. Like, you know,
Follow the money, man. Give your money to the Lord. Here's my address.
did y'all see this thing with the officers and they tore the house up to get the guy out? I don't know if I have clips of the videos, but let's do this. It says 2 officers wounded in standoff with suspect in deputy shooting. Northeast Harris County is currently the scene of an ongoing standoff. It's not current anymore. Between authorities and the man they believe is responsible for the shooting of a Harris County deputy Wednesday night, August 16th, during a traffic stop. According to the Harris County Sheriff's Office, 2 officers had been shot after confronting the suspect, who has been identified as Taryn Green, the subject of a statewide manhunt. The 2 officers were shot today, were transported to an area hospital, and are reportedly in good condition. 29-year-old Deputy Joseph Anderson, the officer who was shot one day prior, is recovering. So, yeah, they got this guy, and they charged him with attempted murder, I think is what he's – attempted murder of a police officer or something like that. And they tore this house up to get this dude up out of there, too. He came out on a lift. Yeah, it was a real freaking dramatic ass scene that happened. Did y'all hear about this story? Oh, this was a big news story.
I got 2 simple statements, or 3 actually. He killed a cop. He's a black man, and he's still alive.
Yeah, I
got those 3 things to say.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I hate to say this, but when I saw him coming out of the building and they had him on the lift, I just swore it was a white dude. Like, I just figured that he was. But then when they showed him walking and they had him handcuffed and he was walking, I was like, it's a black dude. I was like, hey, I hate to be that guy, but it's really surprising that he made it out of this alive. Yeah. That's what surprised me the most about this damn story. And the other part is they tore this dude's house up. He was renting his property, and they tore the house up, like put holes all in it.
Look, I'm gonna say this, and maybe I'm gonna double down on my assholdedness, but you can torture somebody and give them more pain till alive. So you know.
I always feel that way. It's they get when they get to die right away, they're freaking they that's a win for them. I think, you know what I mean. Yeah, keep them alive and make them suffer, man. I think that's way better. They get to get out of here. I don't like that. Make them suffer. I like that a lot better. Check this out. It says, what a effing bleak and deathly phrase cost of living is when you really unpack it. So it says it's a cost of living. The idea, cost of living, they throw that around all the time, cost of living. So it's like, damn, that's pretty. And when you think about it, even though they throw it around all the time.
No. How about this? What is your cost of living without everything that we have today? You got to hunt for your food. You got to skin it yourself with rocks that you sharpened up against stuff. Maybe a tomahawk you made from a tree and a vine. Then you got to sew up the leather and stuff. You got to make your home. You got to make a fire. You got to haul your own water. Those are all costs of living for the cavemen, weren't they?
That sounds great to me. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I know that's not what you're looking for in this, but
no, but that's actually costs you more than what you're saying, because you dig in your pocket and giving away some some pretend value on something. You're not giving up anything really to give it other than some paper that
yeah, but you got more
$100. The $100 costs the same to make as a dollar bill. So
you got autonomy, you got freedom, you got freaking,
you know what you have now? You have time. You got time to pursue art. You got time to pursue literature. You have time to pursue education, a better life. When caveman times, the cost of living was everything. Every day was about survival.
I don't know nothing about no caveman time. I don't know.
Today, the cost of living, it's not all about scraping every day for just the basics to live. It's about the phone in your pocket. It's about your internet thing. It's about the choices that you have to make a better life.
It's not true. They used to think that, you know, that they spent most of their time hunting and gathering and you know, but they have done better research on that topic, and they've come to the conclusion that those people did not spend all they was chilling most of the time. They spent most of their time chilling. And that's really what it
how
was.
society was created, by taking that time to learn how to sharpen that piece of rock. And then over time, it developed to where certain people sharpened rocks, blacksmiths.
And I don't think
Certain
people
became hunting. And the cost of living, the thing you had to do to have more free time to pursue a better life, became a lower cost of living.
I don't think people today really do have so much time to pursue art and education and all of that. I really don't. They freaking got to pay these damn bills, so they got to go to work. Fucking.
As you're sitting here producing art right now.
Yeah, and at the sacrifice of the time that I need to sleep, I'm only gonna get a couple hours.
Or could. You are choosing that cost of living, are you not?
Yeah, I'm choosing it. And you
okay,
know,
so why is it so bleak? Why is it so deathly that it is simply about choosing from the minimum to more? A basic cost of living right now is saying we're going to use minimum wage. What do? You don't engage your brain. You don't invest in your life. You don't do anything. You get the minimum. You get the lowest. That is your cost of living. That is bleak if that is all you are and that is all you ever want and that's all you'll ever be. But if you want more, your cost of living, your dedication, what you spend into living is going to be more. So you're going to get more out of it.
Well, does the perspective in which we're looking at, because like I said, I mean, if we're going to look at, you know, the cost based on what, you know, we're able to get with $1, you know, whatever, you know, form of a median of exchange that we're going to use, to me, it's like, if I have access to all of these things without having to, you know, go through anyone else to get them, because like I said, if I can go fish, if I can hunt, if I can do, you know what I'm saying, like grow my own, you know, produce and things like that, like, you know, I think, you know, based on how you're saying, like the energy it takes out of me to get it done, that cost, you know, cost me more if I don't like to do it, or if I don't want to do it. It's something that I'd rather not do. It's one of those things that's hard to kind of truly evaluate, but you're gonna have to look at it specifically. Yeah, specifically on what, you know, what you expect out of life. Because for some people, like, I mean, the option for, you know, going to the store just was not there for most people. You know what I'm saying? Like at one point, when you talk about caveman time, it wasn't an option. So now when you have the option, you can probably give a better idea of what direction, you know, what's more preferential to you. Because just like what Chaka saying, like, I really wish that I could be, I don't want to be totally off the grid, but I would like to have more have more ownership in how what my resources are, so that
And look how much control they have over us with these damn grocery stores. As a
yes.
result of these grocery stores. Let me ask y'all this. The name of the show today is Don't Stay Sleep. So what does that mean to y'all? What do y'all think that means? Don't stay asleep.
Man, it's too much to do, man. Like, I mean, you lay around, you sleep, too much, or because I mean, of course, I could see it in a few different ways, but I didn't want to go down the woke, road, but it's just so many things that we could be doing, and in order to enjoy life, you can't lay around and be asleep, and that can be looked at on any level you want. It's just there's things to do, and if you really want to enjoy life, you cannot be laying around, your eyes shut or just sleeping.
Yeah. Yeah. The way I look at it is like it's okay to not be aware at some point, but it's your responsibility, or you have to take that on if you continue to stay asleep, to not be aware of things. And when that boulder comes down off the cliff and smush you because you wasn't aware and you wasn't paying attention, that's all on you.
That's still on you, and you can blame it on God putting that rock there,
Or you can blame it on the agenda or the politics or the media. You can blame it on people lying to you, but at the end of the day, it's really on you.
Yes,
What do you think, Doc?
Them damn Democrats.
Don't stay asleep.
I thought it was a typo and just bad English.
I was trying to stay away from using the woke because I didn't want to. It's too. I don't like that term woke anyway. It's too loaded, and it's just it can get too many definitions.
Like I say, there's woke and there's wokeness. One is good, one is problematic.
Listen, he got a whole nother definition now.
Yeah, so that's the reason why I didn't use that. So
No,
don't stay asleep.
Woke is good, but people infected by wokeness are a problem.
So what about wakeness? What is wakeness? how about that one? Like,
So that's
I don't know that sounds like we need to get out in a boat and do some skiing.
See that's the reason why that's the reason why I use the phrase "don't stay asleep," because that one can't be confused. That can be understood.
Well, I mean, I think it still kind of runs the same. It's the way I see it. I really believe that whatever your definition of it is, it's still going to kind of run that same race, because if you got to be aware to some extent. You can't just be going around just thinking, you can't get in your car and just hit the gas without looking at the side streets or whatever and think that there's not going to be any collision.
And my point is, like, the algorithm feeds you what you're looking for. Like, a lot of times what we do is we just scroll, instead of typing things into our search bar, and that's what I was saying. Just take some time to actually type something in your search bar. You know what I mean? Literally type some words into your search bar and click search, and do that every now and then, and make a habit of doing that instead of just scrolling whatever shows up on your feed. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get some kind of idea in your head or something you want to know about, or you have a question about, or even if you see a news story and you want to know more about that news story, just type it in your search bar and see what pops up. You know what I'm saying? It's we do this scrolling, this brainless scrolling, and that's how we get stuck in our little algorithm box, and
got a couple to add to that too. If you see a video that upsets you or that you don't want to see stuff like, don't
turn it off.
Leave it playing while you go and run to the restroom, because it counts your views as you loop it and puts that into your algorithm. don't make a negative comment on a video that you don't want to deal with or deal with that kind of stuff, because if you make a comment on it, that kind of video is going to be in your algorithm.
Yep.
And yes, I'm teaching you how to build an echo chamber, or how you have already built an echo chamber, or
Yes.
why your echo chamber is getting invaded by weird shit every now and then.
And you're
Right.
wondering why you're
That's
getting
exactly
why
why.
you're getting pissed off all the time, because they bringing up shit like you get involved with things
Because
that
you
you're
arguing
not
with
really
people on
interested in.
stupid shit.
Yeah, like you're getting caught up in the middle of bullshit that you really, that doesn't enhance you or really give you any growth. You're just pretty much arguing with other people that what I'm saying, and that's the type of cycle that you begin for yourself. So, if that's if you want to live outside of those things, you actually should maybe seek out the things that you do enjoy and pay attention to that. And
Yeah. Well, I implore you people to type stuff into the search bar. Actually, actively, take control of your search by actually putting some words in the search. You know what I mean? Really, actually looking things up, like not freaking brainless scrolling all day. Type some stuff.
Are there any
I'm gonna
comments?
challenge you one more. I'm going to challenge you one more is to set yourself up with a second email address and do the same searches, but only search the stuff that you don't agree with. Only search the things that you don't like. Leave yours alone. Search everything you want normal, but all the stuff when you're like, this ticks me off, 45 ticks me off, AOC ticks me off. Well, use that second address and you will start seeing more things on there that you don't agree with. And I'm saying that's a good thing.
Yes, you're gonna learn.
Yeah. Unless you explore the other side, you will not understand them. If you don't understand them, then all you are is waving a flag on the side of the road going, yay, what parade is this? I mean, you have to learn. And the best way to learn is not to keep reading people that you agree with.
Right.
But to sit through people that you hate.
Yes.
Like I say, Jordan Peterson, he's one of those guys that, man, when you start listening to him, you just want to like grab him and shake him or, go fisticuffs. But when you listen to him, he's got some points. And all the stuff you don't agree with doesn't invalidate the good things he has to say.
I would say the same thing about AOC. Let me read some comments.
Yeah.
I had to throw that in there. Let me
But the thing is, you know damn well I listen to her.
yeah.
How can I not listen to her yet be able to speak on most of everything she says?
Let me read a couple comments underneath this.
And it's because of that other account that I'm talking about that I have.
Let me read some comments under the cost of living thing right here, right quick. It says the crisis is corporate greed. Another comment, it says, I'm sick of hearing that phrase, the poor paying for effing mess the rich have created. They get richer, we get poorer. Another comment, it says, more like cost of existing. Another one, it says, the arbitrary cost of not dying. Another one, it says, I will now start to refer to it as the corporate greed crisis. Couple more. It says the only animals that pay money to exist on the planet. We aren't that clever after all. I love that. The only animals that pay money to exist on the planet. We aren't that clever after all. Another one. It says banks, energy companies, supermarkets, fuel companies, all posting record profits. Banks are profiting more today than they did prior to the crash. They still owe the British taxpayer 68 billion euro for that bailout. yet they put your mortgage up. This is a false situation, a manufactured money grab, and we do nothing. One more. It says, I think a feminist analysis is useful here. There is no cost of living as children are conceived, born, and raised without anyone being paid a wage. This unpaid labor produces workers for the capitalist machine, which is now refusing to pay workers enough to eat and house themselves. Time to turn back to questioning how we've let neoliberalism deny the value of care, work, and time to send those billionaires a backdated bill. Wow, that's an interesting idea. Where they said, what they say? Children are conceived, born, and raised without anyone being paid a wage. This unpaid labor produces workers for the capitalist machine, which is now refusing to pay workers enough to eat and house themselves. That's deep.
They did. Wait a minute. Repeat
Damn,
that.
I can't now. It's gone. They were talking about how it didn't cost nothing to conceive the child, you know, and the child goes on to work as a labor force, you know, and then they have to get paid wages. So the child being born didn't cost nothing, basically.
Daddy may not say anything. Daddy may not agree to that. It at least cost him a night out at Applebee's.
Yeah.
What they're saying is, and this goes into taking away birth control and abortion too, and this is a lot of it. They're taking away, you know, everybody has kids. It's like all of a sudden, what happened was recently there was a set of years, I can't remember, I don't know the stats, but offhand, but there had been less babies born than in previous years. And the nerd math crunchers at the high end of the algorithms go, oh shit, there's going to be less people to pay taxes. There's going to be less people to buy shit. Oh crap. We need to sit here and say, people are causing the end of the world by carbon consumption, but we need to produce more babies because we need a bigger tax base so we can pay for the things that reduce carbon, so we can pay for, well, killing babies in other parts of the freaking world.
Telling you, man. Yeah, I really think that it's deeper than them just being pro-life. It's way more to it. Let's move on. That's exactly what I'm saying. They need more American babies. Yeah. And here's where I'm going to take the interesting twist, more pro or more about the immigration shutdown. They need less foreign babies. They need more American babies. Right. That's how they feel.
That's why we need to hurry these guys through the system, make them Americans, because every foreign country that gets easy access to American immigration produces large families.
That's true.
Which means they're going to produce more minimum wage workers, more taxpayers,
more consumers,
and ultimately more consumers.
Let me read this. It says, this is called foodscaping. Each yard has a vegetable garden with fruit trees. Neighbors consult with each other so they can trade the food that is grown Imagine if people did this everywhere. This picture looks kind of doctored, I ain't gonna lie, but I hope it's real because it's a great idea. Fantastic idea.
Photoshopped or not, the concept is awesome.
Yes.
I'm all for that because I'm going to have 2 or 3 fruit trees, up to 7, in my permanent home land yard. I have 2 cats that I already said, this personality, I'm going to bury them at the base of that tree, and that tree is to remember how much I love that pet. And that tree, everything I do is a fruit-bearing one because I love my pets that long. Fruit-bearing trees last 20 to 70 years, and that's longer than that gives them a human lifespan.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. Because the nutrients that the tree will use it'll fertilize the tree.
When I die, I'm gonna be putting a tree pod, something like that. I am more than happy. I want to be some sort of fruit or nut bearing tree made from me. You know,
that's a great thought.
People can eat it. People can whatever. People can come over. They can burn it. They can pee on it. They can sit under it and ponder. Whatever. Just, at some point, here's what I believe. I've reached the point in my life that I am absolutely okay with planting trees that I know I will never enjoy the shade of.
Yes.
Because the world coming forward needs more of that.
Yes. Let me read some comments. It says, don't let Bill Gates hear about this or there will be a fire in this area due to the climate, of course. Another comment, it says, how we used to live before capitalism took hold.
No, it would be a locust swarm because they're not using the anti-bug seeds and stuff from Monsanto.
Yeah, and they'll be genetically modified. They'll actually be little robots that they created in the lab. Let me read another one. It says, simple ecological answers to major problems. Let's be real. There's no profit for big corporations. And I think whenever they come in and they bust things up, that's the reason. Because if they can't figure out how to tax it, they can't figure out how to make money off of it for the big companies, then they're going to bust it up.
No, you went too far with saying make money for the big companies. You said it all in the very first part of that. If they can't find a way to tax it. The whole pharmaceutical industry is based off of the fact that the guy came in and found out that, hey, we don't need these natural herbs and stuff anymore. We can make drugs from pharmaceuticals. We can make pharmaceuticals from petroleum, from things like that. So all of the old ways and old methods were listed as quackery. We're listed as I could trace it to a president, but I can't do it off the top of my brain right now.
Right.
I can bring receipts if you need me to.
Yeah. Your point is all the way valid, but they commodified that stuff. So then they put like a patent on it, and it was nothing but like a flower that grows wildly. And that's the reason why I saw this video where they were talking about the weeds.
They would crossbreed it. And then the new strand would be a patent because it was not natural. But still, things like, when you say eye of newt, that's witchery. No, it's fucking mustard seed, dude. I mean, things like that. They're talking about how apothecaries in the Old West, in our ancestors, what we're saying, your ancestors, mine, they had apothecary ways of doing these things. And then they found out that they could make drugs using petroleum and more modern methods. So now all of those shamanistic traditions, the apothecaries and all of that, they were invalidated.
Right. So that
It's
they can
quackery.
commodify it.
It's not real. It's anything. So now these guys can patent all this stuff that comes out.
And there's a reason why we don't know about all of these natural plants. And that's the reason why we grow all of these plants that aren't natural, like the grass that we put in the yard. And then they call the weeds, but these are the natural growing plants for the area. And a lot of times they have medicines in them that you can use easily for free instead of going to the pharmaceutical companies and paying them money for the same shit that grow in your yard naturally.
Absolutely. You do have to process them properly. There's a skill used, like a tanner, a skinner, a silversmith. An apothecary is an actual skill and knowledge, and they know how to extract that and stuff like that. And it's really not a hard process because, no offense, while people weren't actually that hugely they were as intelligent, but they didn't have as much knowledge. You know, they picked these things up, learning them through mom, through dad, through traditions. And those traditions have been killed because modern medicine, modern drugs, modern ways of thinking about things. But a lot of the problems that we have in our life could actually be addressed with simple, natural, herbal remedies and things like that. Instead of 5 years of crazy treatments that drops my immune system down so I catch 3 other things that we can treat after I get over this one.
I want to rapid fire some stories and then get up out of here. This one right here. Let's play a little bit of this.
Saw this video of this guy talking about how he had his garden hose in Maui. You know, the fire's coming. He's doing the best he can to go ahead and protect his home. And then the water's just shut off. You know, he looked around and quickly saw his house starting to burn, everything around. And he just like got in his car and got out of there as fast as he can to come back a couple days later to nothing. Everything's gone. You know, at the same time, the fire department, you know, is driving around trying to find some place to refill their tanks. No water. Really? You know, people don't want to rise up. People don't want to push back. People don't even want to like a comment about anything because they might lose a follower or two or who knows what else. I can't figure out what people are so terrified of.
Me neither.
When it's this amount of the population is doing all this shit to us. If 1% of the world's population just rose up, just 1%, that would stop all this, because there's absolutely no excuse for us to not have paradise on earth. We have the technology and we have the resources and we have the money. And if we don't, they'll just print more. Oh, but there's no excuse, but there's a reason why we don't do it. Because obviously we don't want it.
I guess we don't want it bad enough, or we're scared. Damn it, these hoes are dropping like flies.
Not being a pain in the rear end, but it is not unreasonable in a catastrophic fire and things in that situation that pumping stations and things like that got taken out. And that's why areas lost water supply, power, things like that. I mean, if the fire department is running around trying to find water pressure, when they actually have the capability to monitor where it is, and yes, they do, you know that, like I say, I'm not going to go so. I'm not going to go so far as saying government conspiracy and all that they shut the water off before it happened. But yeah, it is literally reasonable that that water shut down because of connections and plants and stuff like that. I mean, it's actually a pretty older system that they're using in that area. Yes, that's what I was talking about. A friend of someone at my restaurant tonight told me, one of my customers told me about that they're already calling them and offering them money.
Let me play this. Hawaiians outsiders are already trying to buy up land. Oh, damn. This sound is not in it. It says, as death toll of Maui wildfires reaches 106 with hundreds more missing, some Hawaiians are sounding the alarm over outsiders who almost immediately started preying on survivors to buy up land and property around the historic town of Lahaina, which was all but decimated in the fires. Realtors are calling families who lost everything, offering them to buy their properties and their home for pennies on the dollar. Just pennies on the dollar, says Lahaina resident Pila Kiakona. It's pretty offensive to us that people won't even give us the time to grieve properly. People have lost family members, and for them to have that disrespect to come in and really try and buy things up is out of control. Yep. It sucks I can't play the sound on this. But basically, he said what I just read, so.
Dude, as horrible as this sounds, if I had a few $100 million right now, I would exactly go and do that. But I wouldn't call them up on the phone. I would go there into the neighborhoods and go, hey, I would talk to them. What'd you lose? Blah, blah, blah. Give them maybe not the full value, but a decent offer. Here, take care of your family, your lost, your loved ones. Here's enough money to have a good start. And do it in person, not a robocall over the phone.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Check this out. It says New Zealand is the first country to ban single-use produce bags, paving the way for a greener future. So as of July 1st, New Zealand has become the first in the world to ban single-use produce bags at supermarkets. Now, I think this is a great idea right here. It's one of the things I've been screaming about for the longest. People want to say global warming isn't real or whatever. Okay, that's fine. Let's talk about us polluting the world and polluting the environment. All of these single-use products, what's the point? The people use their reusable grocery bags, the bags that they fill their groceries with, and then they take them to the grocery store and put more groceries in there. But what are they putting in there? Bags that's going to be put in the trash because of the items that they bought is in freaking one-use bags. So how much impact is your reusable grocery bag really, how much impact is that really having?
I'm completely off the grocery bags into how many masks that they're pulling out of the ocean and off the sides of the roads and everywhere right now.
Yeah, well.
And that's still happening 2 years later.
Yeah, but you have when you go buy the produce from your grocery store, for years I've already been doing this where I get
you do realize those really thin ones at the thing like that, that's biodegradable plastic, right? You can actually you can actually throw that into mulch pile. Yes, those really, really thin ones that are the thin ones with the green coloring on them, that's biodegradable. That's biodegradable plastics.
that those are not the green bags, the ones that you go and get the produce for. When you go to the grocery store and you get your tomatoes,
in the product, yeah, you grab the tomatoes.
They're on the
you
big
pull that
roll.
you pull the big, that big roll. That's
They're not.
biodegradable plastic.
Those are not the green ones. Those are not green. No.
Look into it. Those are biodegradable plastics and have been since the 90s.
They're not green, bro. They're.
No, I'm not talking about that green shit like you see up there. I'm talking about the clear ones like we have down here. I'm talking about the ones we have in Kroger, in Walmart, in H-E-B. Those little bitty thin rolls of super thin plastic with the little green leafy symbol on them.
Let's do this. It says couple spent the last 20 years planting 2 million trees to bring back a destroyed forest. 2001, 2019 picture right here. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. From wasteland to beautiful forest, a Brazilian photographer's 20-year journey. Sebastião Salgado was shocked to see a once thriving and beautiful place turn into a barren wasteland with trees cut down and animals gone. Their mission to bring back the forest was a huge success. They planted an amazing 2 million trees of 290 different kinds, and the birds, animals, and insects all returned. Salgado believes that the trees are the solution to climate change. They turn CO2 into oxygen. Using native trees from the area help attract the wildlife back. Very, very nice story right there.
Now, that's part of the reality that we need to look at. We need to stop. We need to grow lumber for what we need to. We need to reproduce. We need to start using hemp for oils and papers, because do you realize that several acres of hemp reduces CO2 footage, carbon footprint, by far more than the exact same acreage of trees, and can be completely revolved in? And I'm not talking about weed. I'm talking about hemp. I'm talking about rope, cloth, oil, protein, soy-based or veggie-based foodstuffs. I mean, there's so much that can be done with it. But again, that's exactly why the government doesn't want us to be able to grow it, is because it makes us competitive with industries that are paying for their campaigns.
Mm-hmm.
Especially here in Texas.
Let me play this.
It's profiteering from energy companies, from big monopolistic organizations that are putting up prices because they can, basically, because they have a stranglehold over their markets. And they're able to do that. It's not workers driving inflation. You can easily give nurses, give doctors a pay rise, and then say we're going to do a bigger windfall tax on the energy companies or tax profits that have gone up over the course of the cost of living crisis and actually keep inflation low. We have this idea that the reason we have inflation is that everyone is just being paid so much money and it's just this amazing time for poor working class people who are on high salaries. Of course, that's absurd. We actually know now from economic studies that what's driving inflation is corporate profits. It's profiteering from energy companies, from big monopolistic organizations that are putting up prices because they can, basically, because they have a stranglehold over their markets. And they're able to do that. It's not workers driving inflation. You can easily give nurses, give doctors a pay rise, and then say we're going to do a bigger windfall tax on the energy companies or tax profits that have gone up over the course.
And I've been screaming this for the longest, and I just sound like a crazy man, because nobody is saying this really, but there's the corporations have been price gouging us, especially since COVID. COVID happened. They said they had supply chain issues, and that's the reason why the prices went up. But the prices never came down after that. And then these same companies having record profits they haven't seen in decades. And it's like, where are these profits coming from? They're coming from the fact that they are charging more for the same products. and services that they was, charging, a couple years ago. And that's where the inflation is coming from. It's coming from freaking these corporations we're getting price gouged, and they're calling it fucking inflation.
I said it earlier. They put 40% more cash into the system than there was. Anything more than a percentage beyond what they put into the system, they devalue the dollar. They made it worth less. Anything that we pay, any profit made beyond how much the dollar was devalued is corporate greed. It's them fishing.
Yeah, they just.
And it's kind of like the Bitcoin. Every now and then it all goes up because what's left reduces itself.
Yeah, these corporations are price gouging us to death, man. And nobody is complaining about it. Nobody's crying about it. They're making excuses for them.
At some point, corporate mentality went from we answer to our consumers to make profits for our investors, to we answer to our investors to make profits from the consumers.
And that's the complaint. That's the excuse they use every time. It's, we have to look out for our investors, da-da-da-da-da. And then what they sell to the American people is that you could just be an investor to the company or whatever. What the hell ever, bro. Like, that is so much bullshit. I mean, do
you realize
theoretically
that $5,000 put into Chase Bank is only going to net you 0.5% a year. But $5,000 in Chase stock is going to net you 4.6% interest per year. That's a problem.
That's still pennies. The people
I'm just talking about what they've taught us to save to what they tell us is too risky to invest.
The major investors are the ones that's making money, not us nickel and diamond with a couple of shares here and there. We're not making no money. That's just a game that they sell people to make people think that they have an opportunity to be like them.
Did you actually understand what I'm saying now?
I do. I get it.
Putting your money into the bank gets you 0.5% interest. Buying stock in the bank gives you 4.6% interest.
It's still pennies, is what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is that's kind of fucked up.
Yeah. Well, they lied to us anyway. So, saving your money is not the way to get rich or to become to do anything really, because then the value of the money goes down. 20 years pass, you've been saving up this money, and then the value of it is half of what it was. You didn't do anything. Let me read this. It says, Cherizier warns incoming troops against harming Haitians. It says, Haiti's most renowned gang leader vowed to fight against the multinational force expected to arrive in Haiti if its members rape, attack Haitians, and as previous United Nations missions did, cause another cholera outbreak. However, Jimmy Barbecue Cherizier said if the international force helps make Haiti safer, he will applaud it. And he's got the picture with the mean mug and the weapon on there. So he's like, okay, they're talking about bringing troops over here. He's like, as long as y'all, if y'all actually helping, cool. But if y'all not helping, we're finna bring the heat to you.
He definitely looks like he enjoys barbecue.
Well,
somehow I think that name means something else.
Yeah, it does.
Coming from Haiti.
It definitely means something else. He's known for burning.
I know what barbecue means in Haitian.
Yeah, he's known for burning people's houses. Can I play this?
Instead of paying for its employees to have health benefits, she says Walmart is making the government take care of it.
In Florida, Walmart has more employees and family members eligible for Medicaid than any other company. Critics accuse the retail giant of using Medicaid and state programs for the poor as its health care plan.
This report from UC Berkeley researchers concludes Walmart costs state taxpayers $86 million a year and county taxpayers as much as another $25 million to pick up the tab for public health care.
Instead of paying for its employees.
So it says Walmart profits over poverty and makes U.S. taxpayers foot the bill. It says, and Walmart's founder is worth over $200 billion. This is real looting in America. So, you know, that's what this is, where it's like, it's rugged capitalism for the individual, but socialism for the corporations, you know. It's like another example of that, and how they subsidize paying their employees with the taxpayers' money. And that's an old story anyways, freaking Walmart. I'm about to wrap it, y'all. It says leaders of the Proud Boys face longest prison time of January 6 rioters. Prosecutors are seeking sentences of 33 years in prison for the two former leaders of the Proud Boys, Enrique Tarrio and Joe Biggs. They were found guilty in May of seditious conspiracy over the January 6 Capitol assault. It will be the longest prison terms for anyone involved in the insurrection. Yeah, I mentioned this in the other show because Pat was like, who got charged? Anybody got charged? I was like, these two dudes right here got charged serious charges. That's not trespassing charges. All right, we're going to wrap it on this one. It says...
Dude, I hate it being seditious conspiracy and not conspiracy. Or not sedition. The very word thrown conspiracy in it means that, well, you got to prove other people were involved and you got to prove that it was the crime that you say. Now they're charged with, mind you. So charged with and going to jail for are two different things.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure them dudes is going to go to jail.
They should. They were two individuals obviously there with ill will, and from what every single witness said about them, were actually intent on harming people. I mean, there's a whole lot of evidence that they were there with the intent to harm.
Well, they were trying to make sure that they, sedition, they were trying to overturn the election. Like, not everybody that went to the protests they were just protesting, but you had some people that were trying to get some business done, and those guys,
like I've always said, there were tourists, and there were people there to fuck shit up.
Yeah, those guys were trying to get business done. It wasn't that they just came there to hurt people. They came there to get a job done.
That's why I'm a firm believer in free the shaman. Okay. He was not there to commit sedition, man. And the guy was given 7 freaking years. And then all of a sudden, after all of this, we come up with him getting escorted around by police officers and saying a prayer in the hall. I mean, I'm sorry. I like the guy, but yeah, free the shaman.
Let's cover this right here. This is the last story.
I need to make some t-shirts, don't I? Free the shaman.
Yeah. Check this out. It says in Finland, charging fees for tuition is illegal, which means rich kids have to mix with normal kids, which means rich families have to make sure the school their kid went to was good, which meant the rich were prompted to invest in public schools. Finland's take a bow. So this points to what I be complaining about all the time when I say about the charter schools and the private schools, and how the system is extracting from resources from the public schools, and then they want the public schools to fail, like it's all part of the system. You know, the poor kids, the inner city kids or whatever, the ones that's going to the public schools, and the public schools are trash, you know. And then they tell everyone to just go to these charter schools or whatever, or these Christian schools, these religious schools or whatever, you know. So then that's a way to segregate the kids. That's a way to keep, you know, certain groups going to public schools and certain groups going to private schools. You know what I mean? And it also gives them a way to control the curriculum different in these other schools, where they don't teach about evolution. They don't teach proper history or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because they can't get away with that with the public schools. So the way they're doing it here in Finland, where they can't charge no tuition, you know, that forces them to invest in the public schools and make sure that they are good, you know. But here in the States, we're divesting from the public schools, you know, and sending the funds to these charter schools.
That's the same thing. They can't charge people to come in, so they don't supplement the education, but that doesn't stop them from getting the government per child amount.
I don't know what you're saying.
Charging fees for tuition is illegal
in Finland.
So you can't charge to go to school.
Right.
And so you can't charge, but the money still goes to the kids at the schools. Are they saying this is all? Is this all public school? I'm sorry. Now we're getting to the point where I'm reading things in a way, and all of a sudden I realize there's not enough information here to do anything but gloss over the whole subject. This is a very leftist kind of situation where what kind of school system do they have? Is it all government sponsored? Is there any privatization of schools? If there's privatization of schools, they can't charge for it, but does that mean the government's money for that child goes to the school? I mean,
I don't think that matters. If they can't charge, I think the point is, if they can't charge tuition to go to the schools, then the schools have to be good for everybody. That's the point. As simple as that. That's not the system that we have here in the States.
But where is the? Never mind. You're not.
Let me read a couple comments. It says, fine example of how it should be done. Another comment, it says, it has come to be that in the U.S., if it doesn't make a rich person richer, it's probably illegal. Another comment, it says, that should be a thing in every country across the world. Another comment, it says, I remember some Korean movies where the rich kid bullies poor kids, but the school sides with them always because his parents are big investors of the school. Another comment, it says, well done, Finland. Just because you're rich should not be you're more entitled to a better education. It's so wrong. Another comment, it says, we've fallen behind for our kids in this country in order to coddle the rich. Another comment, yes, it's called school choice. Yes, you get the money to choose what education you want. We don't allow that in America. The politicians want the unions to be in control and not give the parents or taxpayers much choice. They also have a mandatory military when you turn 18. Another comment, it says, the truly sad and ironic part about seeing this is how in awe of their success many people are, is the harsh reality and ugly truth is that Finland's education system is modeled after what America used to be before it was attacked, tainted, corrupted, and destroyed by people who want to make education an exclusive entity for the elite and to maintain power and influence over the masses by keeping them ignorant and uninformed. Another comment, it says, yeah, we are following.
I got to hold back on that one for a second. The U.S. education system was developed to give the common person who could not afford school a chance to educate their kids. It was actually a social welfare program, so every kid in America could get a minimum education. I mean, that is where it started from. It actually, the whole idea was to help people who couldn't afford private schools, religious schools, and all of that, which was where everyone was going. If you could afford it, you went to school. If not, the kids worked. I mean, the whole education system in America is a social program to try to help elevate the lowest. I'm not saying good, bad, anything. I'm not leaning either way on the subject, the matter that we're talking about, but that is where it came from. You know, most small Western towns, I'm talking Old West, things like that, they had a place where they taught their kids. Most of them sent their kids there with a teacher. A lot of them were one-room schoolhouses that everyone learned at weird and different places. Half of them never got much more than reading, if they even got that far. And those were normally financed by the communities. And eventually, the government got strong enough, we taxed the shit out of people enough to where it's like, we need to invest in an education system. And then it became everybody needs to go. And then it became whatever this conflated mass of weirdness and crap it is now. But the education system today, our cheap-ass worst schools, actually have a better intelligence knowledge level than most of the schools did in the 20s. These kids coming out of middle school have what would have been a high school education back then. Our people coming out of high school now, and you have to admit this, when you came out of high school, the stuff they've got in high school now, because you see it with your kids, it was college level stuff when we were in high school. Education is moving along, it's moving faster. The problem is they're being forced to teach in ways that we don't respond to. Human mentality, psychology, attention span, they've all advanced in all of this time. But if you look, take a picture of a school at the turn of the century, 1900, and a school in the turn of century 2000, they look almost the same. That's where we're falling behind. Not necessarily in teaching people, but in learning how to teach people better.
Yeah.
Just a thought. Like I say, one of those thoughts that I keep on.
Yeah, man, I gotta wrap it, bro. I'm tired as hell, and I gotta get up in the morning, a few hours. So I'm gonna probably only get a few hours of sleep. So, and I will be back tomorrow. I work a double and come in and do the show, and then I'll get to sleep in on Sunday morning because I work Sunday night. So, anyways, peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. We gotta get out of here. Peace.
Peace, love, out.